supposed to be there. What? Why did it turn off? No! Oh my god! Why did I forget to do this? Hello. Hello. I'm sorry for Scoff. Sorry for the delay. I fucking hate the stupid default YouTube chat box with no CSS applied to it. I'm sorry, I had to see that. It was the first time I forgot to do that. To change the URL of the chat box to my current stream. I thought I did it already, and to my surprise, I hadn't. So why does my background music sound kind of loud right now? What the heck? Already at... It's already at only 5%? Maybe I'll just have to ignore that. Anyway, hello. I am a Tia Faire, idol philosopher, and justice incarnate. I am sorry for the delay today. I'm not feeling I'm gonna be upfront. I'm not feeling well today. I obviously would rather feel well, as you can imagine, but I'm pretty tired. I woke up I think a little too early today. I got only about 6 hours of sleep. I felt okay at first, but then the lack of sleep started to get to me just a couple hours ago. Yeah, and then I finished all my prep work for this morning, pretty much for the stream, right? And then at about like 40 minutes before stream, I was like, okay, what is the most productive way? Okay, it was 40 minutes before stream and I was like dead tired. And I was like, what is the most productive way I can spend the next like 40 minutes, or really more like half an hour, since, you know, I need to show up like 10 minutes ahead of stream to you know, open Steam and things like that. And I was like, you know what, knowing sort of myself and my health issues, I should probably take a nap. I should probably take a nap and hope that I just like don't, you know, I know that I wake up in time, but I can't. I'm too tired to stream right now. If I don't sleep and I stream, it will not be an entertaining stream, because I was just like running on fumes. So I went to sleep and I woke up. I didn't even set an alarm or anything. I didn't even tell Leon that I was napping. I was just like, you know what? I'll just like YOLO. And then I woke up. And I checked my phone, which was beside my bed. And it said like 1:50. And I was like, yes! And because I'm pretty good at taking short naps, I think. Because I know myself. So, and then I headed to the computer, and that brings us here. So that was my day. How are you guys? How are you guys? I hope you're doing better than me. So yeah. Thank you everyone for coming. I'm still hoping that we'll have a good time today. There are a lot of cool things that I want to talk about that I feel like maybe if I were just, you know, talking to an empty room, it would not be as cool. But I'm hoping that, you know, with you guys here, it'll be, I think, a lot of fun. I hope to have some fun conversations today. Now I'm actually gonna try to reach chat. Hello, Robo. Hi, Leon. Hello, Penboo. Hi, Berserker. He is getting a workout with all this walking. Sorry, like, why am I apologizing? Well, I mean, sorry you have to wait, but you know, yes, I'm. You know what? I had to walk to sort of what's the shake off the fatigue, you know? That's exactly what it was. Great start. No, BGM sounds fine here. Yeah, I think because of like PTSD, I have moments where I'm especially prone to sensory overload. Just like everything, just like every light is too bright and every sound is too loud. I think maybe I'm just like kind of like going through that right now because I've been going through a lot of stress lately and I'm kind of sleep deprived. But I'm glad that sounds fine to you. You find justice delayed. Is justice denied? Naps are dangerous. Hi, Lackey. It's good to see you. I'm okay. I take back what okay. I take back what I said the other day about you only coming to my stream the other day because there were 2 men in it. Because you're here now, and there are no men on stream right now. It's just me, little Tia, who is a woman. So, thanks, Lackey, for for joining one of my solo streams. Alarm, glad I checked. You checked on me. When was this? Ooh, we'll have to talk sleep hygiene sometime. No, it's you don't you don't understand. I always wake up early pretty much no matter what. Like, unlike my gen mate Axion, I can't go to bed late because even if I do, I will still wake up early and then just be sleep and wind up sleep deprived. Like, if I go to bed, like, even if I go to bed at like 4, I will still wake up at like 7 or 8, like usually. And because of that, I rarely go to bed later than 2 o'clock. Generally, I'll be in bed around closer to midnight. If you ever see me like on Discord, like up past 2 or so, it probably means I have like depression, like I'm going through it. I would say naps end up making me feel better, maybe 20% of the time. Yeah, they don't work for everyone, but I know myself. I kind of like listen to the signs of my body, right? And like I recognize like, okay, this is the sign that I like. The problem is right now is lack of sleep, and I was right. Not much better. I got up at 11 a.m. Huh. Aren't you? I think I read on Discord that you're a teacher, Belladonna, and today is weekday. Right, so are you like not teaching right now, or are you just having a sick day, or I'm curious. I just finished shoveling a lot of very heavy snow, so I'm pretty wiped. Oh yeah, that would definitely wipe you out. We have a lot of snow here too. Lucky says I had a nap and missed my dentist appointment. That's how I'm doing. Yeah, couldn't be me. Yeah, maybe I'm doing better than you after all. All VTubers are old men with voice changers. I guess I can't stand women sometimes. I wish I could do an impression of Lackey's gay voice right now. It would be so funny. It would be so fitting. I have I have no idea where to start with doing an impression of a gay voice. I feel like I'm spiritually very far from a gay man. Belladonna says, oh, I'm still finishing my teaching degree. I am certified to supply teach though. That's cool. I feel like after reading your message in Discord, like I thought to myself, like I seem to attract a lot of teachers in my life. Starting with the ones you know. Okay, well, starting with the ones you know, like the most obvious example is Axion. For anyone who doesn't know yet, he is a professional educator in real life. That's his day job. And then and he used to be actually a whole ass professor in the US. And then aside from that, one of my cousins is a teacher. She teaches science. Generally, like that's her like I don't know what they call it. Like that's the thing that she's like the thing that she's like supposed to teach. It's like what she studied. But sometimes like she's like asked to fill in, like depending on like I don't know, availability and I don't know, other like bureaucratic things. Like they might ask her to fill in and teach like English and other things instead. So she teaches science to usually like middle schoolers, but again sometimes they might ask her to teach like other grades, like younger kids, but she prefers like she finds like middle schoolers to be like not too young, like not too old, and like just like socially. And then like now Belladonna. Which is funny because I myself considered becoming a teacher. Actually, becoming a teacher was one of the career choices that I considered a long time ago when I was still in high school. Because I do like I think I like teaching people overall. I like educating people, and I had some talent for it. I ended up not doing that for I don't know reasons, but I mentioned that to Axion, I think once when we were VCing, and he was like, "Oh, it's interesting that you used to, like want to become a teacher." So yeah, I wonder if you guys can picture me as a teacher akin to my cousin or Axe perhaps. I don't know if anyone can see it. Oh my god. Collab with me sometime. Are you still streaming? Lackey, I thought I read something about your graduating, or I don't know if that means you have graduated, or I kind of assumed that you graduated already, or maybe I'm just like not I am not apprised of the timeline on that. What does a gay horse eat? Hey. I don't know if that sounds like a male gay voice though. I think that just ends up sounding like a valley girl. I used to be a teaching assistant +1 teacher. Ooh, you too. Hello. Oh, hi Tyler. Yeah, you'd be a great teacher. I can see it. Oh, thanks. That's very sweet of you to say. Anyway, I think we're about done with intros. Right. So I think I want to say that everyone who is present right now was here for the inaugural Vlosophy collab on Saturday. How did you all enjoy that? For those of you whom I haven't heard from already about it, I think I've talked to a couple of you, and I think I think the reception has been generally really good. I think, but I'm still curious in case anyone has any other thoughts. I wanted to talk a bit about that. Yeah. Ooh, is there an issue with YouTube right now? It just oh, never mind. It just YouTube just sort of like the preview just totally blipped out for a second, and I was like, oh, am I no longer? Does this mean I'm no longer live? But it's back now. It was really enjoyable. Oh, good to hear. So Vlosophy. Where do I even start with this? This is what happens when I don't prepare detailed notes, and then I wake up like not feeling well, then I take a nap just before streaming. 10 out of 10 intro starting screen. Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, maybe maybe we could start with the starting screen. That would be, I think, as fitting a place to start as any, I guess. So as for the starting screen, I made that. I think I said that during the stream, so I think you guys know that. Okay, but I made it, and I made it at the last minute. I started it the day before the stream, the morning of. I spent the entire day on it. I was still working on it when Axion did his unarchived study stream at night, and like nobody else was watching that stream. So I just told him that I was working on it. It was like supposed to be confidential, but I was like, no one else is here with, you know, it's just me and Ax. So I told him like, hey, I'm working on a new starting screen. Like, I hope you like it, you know, tomorrow. My ideal was to finish it all on Friday. I couldn't, and then I resumed working on it the next morning. I managed to get it to a certain state of completeness before the start of stream. Ultimately, I had to compromise on my vision because I actually wanted to fully color it. But I didn't have time for that. If you recall, the animation, the frames were not colored. It was just sort of like lines, and I sort of worked around that. I can tell you that I will. My goal now is to try to do the coloring before the next time I need to use the starting screen, which is in about a month. But in the meantime, even if I, you know, even if it wasn't like done as you know, as done, even if it wasn't as done as can be, I really appreciated like all the sort of the comments I got on it. I enjoyed it a lot. Can't wait for the next time y'all do that. Seems like such a unique idea. Riff loner app. What? What are you saying? Dang, I would think it would take like an 8-hour day per character. You're a great animator. Oh, see, the thing that helped. I mean, thank you, but I don't know if I am. I think well, the thing that you might not know if you're not like maybe like a big VTuber fan is that I wonder, okay, out of everyone here, I wonder if Penbu would recognize what I'm talking about, because I used a base for the animation. I based the animation on an existing animation, which was a fan animation of the Hollow Stars Tempest members. In like that chibi style, and I use that as sort of as inspiration. I think I was talking about this on Discord the other day. But yeah, for anyone who was curious about like which member served as the which member of Tempest served as the inspiration for which member of Vlosophy, it was Maguni, Paris, Vesper, Axion, and Altair Tia. So because I used a base, I mean, if it didn't use a base, who knows how long it would have taken. But the reason I used that base in particular, like, like I was like a huge fan of Hollow Tempest, like back in the day, like since their like debut. Like I was a fan of them. Like I was pretty much interested in the idea of Hollow Stars English from like the time like they were like there's like silhouettes I think were shown. So I was basically like a day zero, not even like a day one fan like of Tempest. I was like a day zero Tempest fan. So I was like really immersed in like the culture that like sort of like propagated around them, like the memes and stuff, and like that one fan animation being part of it, and that has like stuck in my mind like all these years, even though that was from like, I don't know, like 2022 or 2023, so it's been 3 or 4 years. And then when I was sort of prepping for Vlosophy, that animation sort of like popped into my mind again, and I was like, hey, you know what? Like, since we're also a VTuber group with, I want to say maybe some similarity, some parallels to Tempest, considering like that's a all guys group of VTubers, and our group is like mostly guys. It's like 2/3 guys. Maybe I can sort of use that animation as a basis and sort of do our own spin on it. I did credit the original artist of the animation I'm referring to in the description for the other video. The original was by an artist named Minchi. It's very, very, I think, a very cute and iconic animation. Hello, Tia. Good afternoon. Hi, Thiago. Thank you for joining me. I'm just talking about some some philosophy behind the scene stories and just my reflections on the whole thing. I just realized that I hadn't seen the intro screen, but yes, I do recognize it. Oh, oops, my bad. I sort of neglected. I sort of like neglected the possibility that like that some people weren't there from the start of stream, so that makes sense. And Boo, if you're in Tia's Discord, it's in the art channel. I think it's also in Karis's. Tia's saying she's one of the boys. Well, I like to think that I am. I mean, throughout my life, I would say overall I've like I make friends easier with guys than girls, as evidenced by my current choice of company as a VTuber. I think I don't think there would be much dispute on that at this point. Sorry. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying mid-sentence. Yeah, and I think my personality has like certain tomboyish aspects to it. Like not like I'm not like a complete tomboy, like not to the extent of being like butch or, you know, like or anything like that, but I mean I have like some, like I think my hobbies are somewhat tomboyish. Like I mean I'm into sort of like video games and philosophy. Those are sort of like traditionally more like thought of like more male dominated. Like I'm not into like baking or like sewing or, you know, things like that. I find that like I don't like always have that much in common with other women, so like I'm not like against like having like female friends like on principle or anything. It just kind of like worked out this way. Dang, stream spoilers. What do you mean by stream spoilers? Music in my head right now, running with the boys, lights. Oh, I like lights, but I don't feel like I'm familiar with that one song of hers. Maybe I should look that one up later. You seem like a music lover, Belladonna. Let me think of what light songs that I know. Like I can't say that I've listened to her like entire catalog, but like there's this one song. Okay, one of her songs is called Cactus in the Valley, and I think that one is like easy for me to remember because there's a restaurant in Toronto that Lights herself is a fan of. The restaurant is called Sneaky D's. It's like a Tex-Mex restaurant at the corner of College and Bathurst, and they have a dish called Cactus in the Valley, and that's because it's named after Lights' song, because she likes the restaurant. And Leon and I have had it, and it's like very filling, but it's good. Savior, yes. Should I try singing part of it? I wasn't really planning. I didn't really have a song prepared for today because I'm so tired. But maybe I'll try singing a little bit of it, or a little bit of Lights. If I sing too much, then my stream will get bonked because, you know, it's like Western pop music. But you know, I'm gonna. It's been years, I think, since I've listened to the song, so I'm just looking it up to make sure I don't I butcher it. Yeah, it's a nice song. I'm gonna turn off my background music for just a moment. The chorus goes, and wipe the mark of sadness from my face. Wait, no, I gotta. Actually, no, never mind. Can I do it? Can I do this? Wait, maybe I can. Hold on. I'm gonna set something up. Hold on. I'm gonna try this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see how this works. Okay, so I want my butterfly to carry in the mic for me. Butterfly, if you please. Good. I think wait, no. Right here is good. Okay. Thank you for that. You're dismissed. Good job, Butterfly. You're so cute and helpful. I love you. Okay. Okay. Where was I? And wipe the mark of sadness from my face. Show me that your love will never change. If my yesterday is a disgrace, tell me that you still recall my name. And that's how the chorus goes. It's a song about, like, I don't know, like, kind of, how do we even describe it? It's like yearning for a loyal love, like yearning for like redemption through a loyal love. It's a very sweet song, very low-key song. I suggest listening to it, and if you never heard of it before, and if you're in the Toronto area, consider going to Sneaky D's if you ever need to get your Tex-Mex fix. I haven't been there in a while, but maybe I'll go again now. This is putting me in the mood for nachos. Where's my chat box? Okay. I think you might have other light stories. Do I? If I do, I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about right now. When I used to play guitar in high school, I used to sing. I used to perform our songs sometimes for fun. Wait, okay, Robo. I think I'm not sure I know what the context of this comment is, even though it seems like a very nice comment. You have a toughness to you that I'm sure a lot of people like can relate to, but you're such an affable person. Maybe it helps bring out people who don't like social interaction as much. Or I'm projecting. I don't know. That's a really lovely comment. I would like to think that I am simultaneously affable and tough. I think that's like pretty much what I'm going for, but I don't know. I don't know what prompted that comment. That's such a nice comment. Show me that your love will never change. Yeah, you know it. That's a strong roadie butterfly. I mean, yeah, they're a lot stronger. I guess they are a lot stronger than their size would suggest. So yeah, they can pick up a microphone and move it. So yeah, and they'll do things like that if I ask them to, which is a great help, because even I have like noodle arms and like chronic health issues. So even I sometimes can't do things like move microphone stands, but yeah, they're such a great help. So I try to like just shower them with gratitude and affection. I think that there's a stark I'm going for a stark contrast between the way I treat the butterfly and the way Karis treats parrots. Are there any Karis viewers here? Any of Karis's hardcore fans like here? I don't know if Blackie's still here. I just DM'd you a reminder, silly Tia. Okay, Leon is telling me that he and I saw lights live, and I think we did. But I'm gonna level with you. I think I memory hold it because it happened during the time in my life when I was like going through like a lot personally, and okay, how do I explain this? There's a period of about, I want to say approximately 5 years, a span of 5 years in my 20s that I like just memory hold because I was just going through so much like trauma and stress. Like 5 years worth of my life that I can barely remember. Like if you ask me like what did I do during those years, like I'm like, it's like almost like it didn't happen. Like I don't and that's one of the reasons why like I say I'm like, I don't know, I say stuff like, oh, I'm forever 17, and I sometimes feel a lot younger than my age, and that's because like I don't remember living through that time. Hard. I'm a little. Oh, that must be another light song. Hardcover. Did you say hard? I think that was supposed to say hardcore, and I'm guessing your phone like auto-corrected it. It's like, I know you're usually on mobile terror, but I'm thinking like, what the fuck is a hardcover Karis fan as opposed to a soft cover Karis fan? And then that begs the question, which of his fans are hardcover and which ones are soft cover? Like, what does that even mean? We did. You said it was such a good day. We ate corn. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm not saying we didn't do it. I'm saying I don't remember. Those are two different things. Someone ends up kidnapping a bunch of butterfly and turn them into cyborg weapons. But that's season 2 spoilers. No. I'll protect them with my life. I won't let that happen to them. Gotta pop off for stuff. Have a good stream. Okay, bye, Belladonna. It's a journey. Take it easy. Yeah, thankfully, I haven't really been having any memory problems since, like, I debuted. You know, which is good because I'm having more fun than ever these days. So, it would be really great not to forget any of it. Anyway, what was I talking about before I got distracted by lights? I was talking about, I think, the animation. Us seeing lights is why we went to Sneaky Teas. No, like, what? No, you're not. No, wait. I mean, like, I already knew. I mean, I was a fan of lights before meeting you. But I think I never had an occasion to go to the restaurant before, like, we started dating. So, it's like it's not 100% accurate. Anyway, was I talking about the animation? Oh, right, and that was saying I'm like one of the boys. Anyway, yeah. Tempest is one of like my favorite Hololive units, from one of my favorite VTuber units, like just in general. Probably inspired me more in the sort of making of Vlosophy than any other VTuber unit. So, yeah, the animation and okay, what else is there to talk about? Vlosophy. So, as you heard in the in Saturday's stream, so the basic idea is that I yeah, so in around the week of my debut week, I approached Karis and Axion, and I was like, hey, I think we should form, a VTuber unit, and here are the reasons I think we should do so. And they were pretty much like on board from the first moment, which made me really happy. Although I was also a little surprised. I expected that I would have to do a little more persuasion. But I guess that was just me being jaded. But they were really accommodating and I think enthusiastic about it. So we and then I think we had our first voice call in order to plan our first collab and sort of discuss the overall direction of the group and rules for the group and things like that about a week after that. So around 2 weeks after my debut, and we were sort of one of the things we discussed was when exactly we should announce the group and have our first collab. And believe it or not, at the time I actually wanted to do it like real soon, like I think like at the end of November, and it ended up not happening that way because Karis was pushing for it to be like, Axion was like ambivalent, but Karis was pushing for it to be January because he's, according to him, he had a lot of like real life stuff going on in December, and which is something I think he's been open about. So he because of that he was like, I wouldn't be able to sort of like give my all into this if it started now. And I was like, well, you know what, that's actually pretty fair. So yeah, we'll push it back to January. We'll save it for January, and then, you know, maybe that will just maybe like the sort of the added prep time will help. And then what else? January, and then so I think for quite some time we were planning to do the announcement at just the very start of pretty much like January, like the first weekend of January. But as I think most of you know, those of you who've been watching me for a long time, I was like really sick at the start of the year, so I asked Harris and Axe to push back the debut until closer to the end of January, which is like what it's ended up being, and they were like, yeah, like no problem, you know, rest well, Tia. They were really nice about it, and so finally, after, you know, after 1 or 2 delays and around 2 months, pretty much 2 months of planning and a couple delays, you know, we finally did it, and that's sort of the basic process. Also, your models look very similar. Whose models? Whose models are you talking about, Lackey? Do you mean just like me? Do you maybe mean that like my model and Axion's and Karis's are all in like sort of like the same kind of like style? Maybe not even style, but like, you know, our models like fit well together? Because I don't know if that. I don't know if I can interpret that comment in any other way that makes sense. And then Robo says, what are the chances you get either of, I think you meant either of them to sing. I think you mean what are the chances you get the other two to sing as a trio with you? I think Karis has assented to sing with me in some theoretical, like we don't have like concrete plans, but just the general idea, like he has like assented to like sing like with me sometime, like whether like but just we don't have any concrete. Yeah, we don't have any concrete plans as to sort of like when exactly that is, or what exact form that would take. Just in general, I think that's something he's sort of an idea that he's like okay with. And Karis does sing. Karis does sing. In case there's anyone here who doesn't know, he's not super. What's the word? He's not super like outspoken. Not outspoken. Like he doesn't like advertise it. He doesn't advertise it too much. Like I know I was surprised when I first found out that he sang. I think he put up a waiting room for an unarchived karaoke in his on his channel in September 2025, and I was like, Karis sings. And he was actually like, pretty good. Like he's not, he's very humble about his singing abilities, which is just as well because he's humble about practically nothing else. But I have perfect pitch, and I'm pretty experienced with music. I've been singing my whole life, and you know, I honestly don't think he's bad. Like I've heard much worse. So Karis sings. He can sing. Axe though. I think I've asked Axe if he would ever sing. I think I've asked him even on stream. I think I've asked him this in my karaoke stream, the Christmas themed archived karaoke did. I recall asking him about that. I think because Axe has Axe has like a really nice speaking voice. So, you know, in my mind, like based on my experience, that has sort of like a higher chance of translating to a nice singing voice. Did I mix those around? Anyway, so I asked him like, I think he's not really like a music, like he's not, he doesn't have a lot of musical experience. I think he's pretty, maybe like not confident in his musical sort of prospects. And how do I say this? Yeah, he's not confident. I think like every time I've asked him about it, he's been sort of like a bit self-effacing about it. But I actually heard him sing recently, believe it or not. It was actually like it was actually just after the stream on Saturday ended. The three of us stuck around in VC for a little while to just, you know, I don't know, just, you know, pose our final reflections before, you know, saying goodbye. And then like Axe, like out of the blue, he just started singing. It was just like completely like off. It was like a joke thing. I think he was like making a joke, and then he referenced a song, and he was singing like a part of like some like random pop song. It was so out of character for him. Like I don't think either Karis or I like could have predicted what was coming next. And like he started singing, and then he sang for like 5 seconds, and it was over before we knew it. And then I was like, dang, I've been waiting for this moment for so long, and I'm so frustrated that I don't have this on tape. Like if I could, I would have recorded it and just listened to it like every day for the rest of forever. Are you sure this wasn't a dream? No! If you don't, why are you assuming it's a dream? If you don't believe me, you can ask Karis. If he witnessed it too. No, Axe sang, and it was actually like pretty good in my opinion, considering like he doesn't sing. Like unlike Karis will sort of like downplay his abilities, but he can't sing. Like he can't sing like he's like, you know, mostly on pitch. Like he can sing, and he sings. And when I say that when I say that someone can sing, I mean that they're like good at singing. And when I say that someone sings, it means that they like singing, and that's something they do like often, like enough. Like that's like a hobby that they do. But Axe doesn't sing. But Axe like doesn't sing. Like he doesn't have musical experience, and that way he's not confident. Like he doesn't like enjoy singing, like, and that but he still sounded good, which I like. I'm not like I said, I'm not really all too surprised, because I predicted that, because he has a nice speaking voice, it would also sound nice singing. Like for someone who doesn't sing, he sounded good. And I hope I can convince him to maybe. I hope that's not the last time I get to hear him sing, but I don't know if I'll have. I don't know what my chances are of convincing him to continue. Because he also straight up said that he would. He said he would. He said to me and Karis that he would rather dance on stream than sing. And I was like, what dances do you know? And like, but do you dance? And he was like, I don't dance. I just like move randomly. And I was like, okay. Lucky said yes. So okay. So yes to our models fit well together. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's like one of the reasons that I wanted to like, I wanted to form a unit, just because I thought like. So like here's the thing. Contrary to what could be a popular misconception, I don't know if it is, I didn't get the idea, like I didn't want to form Vlosophy just because we happen to be like the first 3 philosopher VTubers, right? It's not like, oh, there's 3, we finally hit the quota, we can make a unit now, like yeah. It's not like that. It's because it's the 3 of us specifically. It's not that just where there's 3 like any random philosopher VTubers, just like the first 3 that happen to show up. Where it's like 3. It was because it's specifically Karis, Axion, and Tia, and it's because we the 3 of us, despite things like kind of like more superficial differences, like personality differences, the 3 of us, share a lot of like similar like core values, and we have really good chemistry, and we like each other, and like that's why I wanted to do it. It had to be us. And another thing, I think, yeah, we fit together aesthetically very well as well, which is really remarkable, and because it's just a complete coincidence, right? I mean, because for anyone who doesn't know us, the 3 of us met through VTubing. We didn't know each other beforehand, and so we 3 we made the decision to become philosopher VTubers independently of each other. We, got our models, we made our designs independently of each other, and it's just sort of a stroke of luck, I guess, that our designs just fit together as well. Maybe the word isn't luck, maybe it's more just serendipity, because I think it's just the reason they fit is like, it's not sheer luck, it's that we all had the same approach to our designs. And we've talked about this before. Basically, all 3 of us decided to base our VTuber models closely on our real life designs. Or real not real life designs, just real life, not designs, just real life appearances. Axe is, tall, blonde, and handsome in real life. I'm a girl with dark hair, long dark hair, and like a round face, real life, with if I finish, if I finish that sentence, if I finish that sentence the way I imagined, it would not be say so. How do I? What's a more outlarized way of saying this? Small sized shirts are tight on me. I'll say it that way. And Karis in particular, his artist, Loika, is actually his friend in real life, and allegedly, she based his model very closely on his real life appearance. So, yeah. I think so. That's something I always thought was pretty cool. Like, we all thought, you know, like if we're super anime, like if we have like brightly colored like spiky hair and like just I don't know, things floating around, like it might be hard for people to take us seriously if we're trying to do like philosophy lectures and stuff. So like grounded designs are the way to go. And then okay, what else have people said? I'd say they don't look too out of place. I remember saying in the chat after Gia saying that it was their turn to sing then. He has the voice of an angle that has inflation. I'm asking myself if that's a typo or a joke I don't understand. Who's a better singer, me or Karis? I don't know. I want to say like you guys are both like pretty good. Like pretty good in like the echelon of like not like amateur, like not like professional, right? Like I think you guys are. I want to say like, oh yeah, I mean I don't know, and I don't know if I like really want to compare people I know anyway. I think like maybe you guys should sing together and it would be easier for me to judge. Maybe Leon and Karis duet when. He did it that way on purpose. Karis can't remember his last name. The sad thing is, you could be right about that. Axe singing sounds so adorable. After the debate and hearing them together, the three of you have just a beautiful range of voice. But even if Axe can't sing, maybe a rap breakdown. Thank you. On behalf of the three of us, thank you. I like to think that the three of us have nice voices as well. Honestly, I'm more inclined to say that like Karis and Axe have like nice voices, because Karis has like a very smooth, he has that smooth kind of androgynous voice that is, it's like the other day I said, it's kind of like dripping with ennui, right? Like, I'm Karis Euphranor, first and last librarian. Oh no, wait, I messed that up. Well, it's not my intro, so it's okay, whatever. And then sometimes, when I was younger, I was really self-conscious about my voice, and I think I still had mixed feelings about my voice while VTubing, but I think that, thankfully, I think nowadays I'm speaking with better vocal technique than I used to, which helps somewhat in sounding better, and it's also helped that I've changed, I've been sort of upgrading or, you know, retooling my mic settings as time has gone forward. Because does anyone here remember what I used to sound like on stream, especially like mic-wise or like audio filter-wise? If you listen to a lot of my earlier VODs, like within the first month of streaming or so, I sounded like so crunchy. Like I'm using like the cheap like Xbox mic. I know at some point, like, and maybe like in the last maybe few weeks, I listened to my my older VODs to add timestamps, right? I think around the beginning of this year, and I was like, I sounded so bad. Like, how did anyone let me get away with sounding like this? I mean, I guess they kind of didn't, because both Penbu and Axe approached me, and they were like, "Hey Tia, like, no offense, but you know, do you want some help with your audio?" But still, and you know what was actually so bad? No one pointed this out at the time. so maybe it wasn't too noticeable. But I actually, when I did the Smash collab with Axe, I actually had no filters on my mic because I forgot to actually import or I forgot to add the mic as a source. So what you were hearing from me in the Smash collab was just raw, completely raw, unfiltered audio. Because of that, it was so crunchy. But it really fit the sort of like rage gamer vibe of the collab. It certainly was funny whenever I like got mad and then my mic peaked, so you know, maybe it just worked out. And then I finally, I don't think my mic sounded significantly better until I messed around with it like a lot. Like I really sort of like I took sort of like a deep dive into OBS just before my my first archive karaoke stream, the Christmas stream, I downloaded some VST plugins, some external plugins. I figured out how to add them to OBS and calibrate them, and I'm still using them now. And because of that, I think I found something. I think my current mic setup sounds like on par quality-wise with those of Karis's and Axe's, because which is, I think, you know, commendable, because the two of them have more experience than I do. I mean, most of my mic experience comes from like singing, but like not even in really a professional capacity or anything, whereas like Karis has been streaming the longest out of the three of us, and Axe has experience, you know, making like videos and stuff as a professional educator. So I'm kind of proud of myself for catching up and learning and not being not sounding crunchy anymore. And actually, in the future, one of my goals for this year is to get into audio production and more into music production, and eventually sort of like mix and master, like produce and like mix my own song covers. That's one of my long-term goals, because I'd rather not have to hire other people to mix music for me, because it's like a lot of money, and I'm interested in learning. I want to know, like I enjoy learning how things work. You might have guessed from the fact that I sing and like I draw and like I do a bunch of things. I already try to do like as much as I can by myself. Like and it's partly because I just like understanding how things work and like learning different things. So yeah, I've already enjoyed what I've started learning so far, like through like EQing my voice and OBS and stuff. So I think I can do it. I'm a pretty fast learner, I would say. It's one of my strengths. Karis, okay, read that already. If the first one was a real jerk, even more than Karis, they wouldn't be part of the unit. Yeah, we talked about this. Like Karis, Axe, and I, we did talk about like, okay, what if like more philosopher VTubers like show up and like, you know, maybe they want to be a part of our group. Like, do we let them into our group? And I think basically what we've decided on is that like we don't have like, our policy isn't just like a hard yes or no. It's like, well, maybe if they're like really cool, we'll let them in, but by no means are we obligated to. Like, you know, we'll kind of like cross that bridge when we get there. But like on the other hand, if they're just like not a very nice person, then no, it's not just like by virtue of being a philosopher VTuber they're entitled to be a part of our group. Because I founded this group, and I founded it around Paris and Axion and Tia specifically. It's not just like it's not like a homeless shelter for philosopher VTubers. I looked it up. There's actually a few VTubers that cover philosophy. Well, if you wanna sort of let me know which ones you found. I'm assuming sort of besides me and Karis and Axe, then you know, feel free to drop their names in I don't know, either here or here, Discord now or later, whatever. Robo says, y'all look like you'd be on some high court in the same JRPG. What do you mean by high court? Like royalty? I think like maybe Karis and I look kind of regal, but Axe looks too modern. He's literally, he's like in Axe's model is like literally just like wearing the same clothes as he would in real life as a professor, but with a monocle and a space cape. Karis exaggerated his height though. He's 174 for artistic purposes. He's 174. It's canon now. You didn't exaggerate certain body features. Well, no, was I not just saying I based my model on my real life appearance. So, outside of like, you know, normal anime conventions like big eyes and a small nose and stuff like that, like nothing's exaggerated. Like my honestly, like if you put a photo of me side by side with a full body photo of like full body sort of the view of my model, the proportions would mostly would line up more than they didn't line up, believe it or not. Part of that is just in general my drawing style. Even though my drawing style is still anime, I try to still have it, at least the proportions, like rounded significantly in realism compared to a lot of other anime styles, which are like really, really exaggerated. And so, for example, one effect of that is that like, you see, I think like my like head to like body like ratio is like pretty realistic compared to like a lot of female VTubers, especially. Like a lot of female VTubers have like really small bodies compared to their heads. Like it's totally like not true to life. And I feel like maybe it's not something people generally notice because it's so common that it's just like we don't pick up on it anymore. But if you're like me and you draw sort of like I mean not quite professionally, but you know, but if you've studied art, then you'll start to notice those things. Mike Peak is an art better than most podcasters. Really? I would have thought that most podcasters would have you know, figured out their you know, audio, since that's their, you know, full-time vocation and all, unless you're maybe including just like all the amateur podcasters out there. I don't listen to really any podcasts, so I wouldn't know. It sounds kind of like more like a guy thing on average. Your audio quality now is definitely a lot better than it used to be. I'll take it. I mean, the way you phrase that makes me, maybe this is me being cynical, but the way you phrase that, Penbu, makes me feel like oh, like it could be a lot better still. but yeah, I'll take it. Dude, producing is hard. I think I can do it. I think honestly I've done more difficult. I've overcome more difficult challenges in the past. I think I could do it. If someone wanted to join, I think it'd be on a probational period, and then they get into a lower tier, and then the fans could vote on who on the lower tier gets in, and only once a year. Why are you why are you proposing this? Is this inspired? It sounds like a reality TV show. Is this inspired by a specific show? Oh, hi, Nick Smith. Podcasters aren't ensouled, by the way. When they die, they don't go anywhere, okay? Fascinating trivia about podcasters. I suppose it's a good thing I am not one. I'm a VTuber, because I am not talking with a black screen right now. I am talking with a cute model that I made myself. Hello. Yeah, anyway, You know I'm having a lot of fun. Okay, despite saying that I wasn't feeling well at the start of stream, you know I'm having a lot of fun, you know, conversing with chat right now because we've been up for an hour and we've just barely gotten through the agenda for the day. Penbu says, "Ah no, I meant that your audio now is good and way better than it used to be. I was trying to make a contrast with how bad it was before." Okay, if you say it's good, then I believe you. I appreciate that. I think it's good myself. Based on what I just said, which is that it sounds, there's no discrepancy quality-wise between it and Karis's and Axe's voices, and I think they sound really good on stream. So so what else did I want to talk about? So Vlosophy got delayed twice. What other stories are there to tell? I don't. LOL. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Delusions of grandeur. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. I'm silly sometimes, so my chat. I can't hold it against chat. The disciples of justice for being having moments of silliness of your own. All right. I'm not sure how many actual behind-the-scenes stories I actually have to tell. I think maybe we should start moving on. There is one thing I wanted to do, in relation into Vlosophy, and I'm gonna do it now before I forget. And I'm gonna turn off my background music for this, I think. Yeah, just for a moment again. I don't know if anyone here recalls, what I said on Saturday about how there was a clip, there was a certain clip I thought about preparing for the collab to play for everyone. So you know how you know, if anyone is familiar with Takanashi Kiara's Holo Talk, where when she's interviewing other Hololive members, she'll like have like prepared like clips of like you know, iconic moments from their streams to like play for everyone, for like new people, and like have the person sort of like you know, like like comment on it. So I was inspired by that and basically wanted to do that, but for Axe and Karis. So there was a sort of behind the scenes clip of Axe that I wanted to play. I thought about like editing it, but I didn't have time to. But so I alluded to it. So I have edited it this morning, and so even though I wasn't able to show it on Saturday, I can present it right now. And what the context is this is a window into like a little bit more what Axe can be like when he's not streaming, when you know, when in private. I didn't ask Karis or Axe ahead of time if, like, explicitly if they would be okay with me playing this, but they didn't seem bothered by my mentioning it on stream the other day. So knowing them, it's probably okay. If it turns out not to be, then I silence this part of the VOD. But knowing them, I think they'd probably be okay with it. So I'm gonna let me just grab it. It's right here. Okay. I'm going to also I'm gonna play the clip. It's not too long. I'm gonna play the clip, and then I need to get up for like a minute. So here's so this clip is taken from the first Vlosophy like planning voice chat, like voice call that ever happened in about like a couple weeks after I debuted in November. It was like the very first time the three of us like VC'd together. That was where this clip was taken from. I recorded the call, and so wow, they will sue you for this? No, they won't. I'm justice. How can they sue me? Anyway.
I feel as though if I say something that really fucks up my image, it should just be on me. And if I do this, it's like you're gonna have to catch fire inadvertently for something that I do that you shouldn't bear any responsibility for.
Okay.
And likewise, also, I don't, for example, if I want to do something weird or really just outlandish, or like maybe unsavory to some degree, or at least package something to that degree, which I love doing, then I don't want to get you guys involved in that inadvertently because I say, hey, by the way, I'm part of this group.
Do you mean stuff like scrolling our kitchen cells?
That one's honestly rather innocuous. Like I'm thinking,
Okay.
I'm not sure what I'll do in the future, but like it's definitely contentious topics that I would love to dip my foot into again. But yeah.
Axion, how do you feel about this thing about contentious topics? Does that concern you or scare you off?
Not in the slightest. And I say that as someone who has a number of hot takes himself and has done some fairly weird and many would say fucked up streams. I think if anybody wants to cancel you, Karis, over something you do, and then they think, oh, like he's in Vlosophy and Axion and Tia are as well, so like I'm gonna go like criticize them now. I just say like fuck them, they can leave, they can unsubscribe. I do not care. I do not care in the slightest.
Yeah, sure. I guess we're really in it then. All right.
So what what's happening with my voice? What did you think? That was me. Let me turn my background music back on. That was me clapping at the end because when Axe said fuck them. Did you get all that, by the way? Like when I was not surprised because I already knew that Axe had that side to him. I think maybe Karis didn't know, and that's why he was kind of like all like waffling over it. But that's basically like I knew what Axe was going to say, and I knew what he was like. So yeah, I feel like that's a side to him that he avoids showing on stream. But that's what I meant the other day when I described him as badass. Paris doesn't even have hot take. That's true. If he has any hot takes, I don't believe I've heard them. Our kitchen cells, yeah, I don't seem like it doesn't seem to me like you watched Karis Penbu, but he did a stream at the time that was like scrolling our kitchen cells and like reading out the posts, and it pretty much went how you imagine it would. That woke Tia up? Huh? Ears hurt from clapping? Sorry. Maybe I should have been like volume warning, like don't turn this one up. Also, hi, welcome to the stream, Web of Concepts. So yeah, and then maybe I should like move on and talk like less about behind the scenes planning, because I think that's sort of like I think that covers it, and talk more about the marketing and the reception to our group, because we I think most of you are aware that we announced we had a little sort of like promotional campaign like that we sort of, what's the word, like we did on Reddit, and what am I trying to say? We did on Reddit, and that was meticulously planned. That was meticulously planned in advance. We devoted a lot of time to talking about how exactly we wanted to make the announcement, like in where, to how many people, when, and especially because I am I majored in business, and I'm really into marketing. I think VTubers on average, or in general, are not very good at marketing, but its importance for things like this is underrated. So I very when it came to the other two guys, I was very much like okay, like we need like we need to really figure this out and nail this. And they were like really on board for the most part. Like they were like, yeah, like this needs to be like, we need to get this right. And we floated various ideas as to what we could do. Like I think Axe suggested releasing like a fancy kind of like video trailer video, but I kind of like shot that idea down because I said like, first of all, I think that's just sort of like a little too high budget for us. I'm not into the idea of spending money when we don't have to. And then the other thing is that like I don't feel like anyone watches VTuber trailers anyway. Like I don't really like those things. I think there's sort of like mistaken assumption out there that like at least in VTubing, that like somehow spending more money on something like just translates automatically to like more like it being just better and being more popular. But there's not really that much of a correlation, especially when it comes to just random indie VTubers debuting and stuff like that. My advice would be to avoid like spending like big bucks unless you're like a whole, like you're already an agency or something like that. And then what am I trying to say? And then trailer. So yeah, so it's like, no, we don't need a trailer. Like no one watches VTuber trailers. Like when I'm on like Reddit or other social media and I see like VTuber trailers, I just like scroll past them. Like no one watches those. I think we eventually at some point we just eventually settled on the idea of, I think we'll just announce it on Reddit and we'll just make we'll have a picture. We'll have like a picture, and then like the post will be like a picture of the three of us with our names and just like a brief like bullet point notes sort of describing our appeal, and then with the Vlosophy logo. I see Web of Concepts said, I kind of skipped out on skipped a week and now I'm confused on the lore. Well, who told you to skip a week? Who told you to do that? I'm joking. Well, it's nice to see you again. I think I'd noticed like a few people have sort of like disappeared lately, and I did think to myself, they're gonna be really confused when they come back. They missed out on a lot. So sadly, I deleted this from my OBS sources today because I was trying to clean up my scenes, but I can add it back again. I'm a proponent of showing rather than telling when possible. So I'll just why not show you when I can do that rather than tell you what I mean. So this was the picture that went up on Reddit as our announcement, as our initial announcement post, like just, hey, we're doing this to the broader VTubing community, that went up exactly a week before the collab. So last weekend. That's covering chat now. I'm gonna move it here. Can you see that? Now they get reactions from bigger streamers. Yeah, like I'm saying like like basically it doesn't matter, because if you're an agency and you release a trailer, well, people would have watched your new VTubers no matter what. And if you're an indie and you release a trailer, it doesn't matter, because like no one was gonna watch your thing no matter what. It doesn't matter. It isn't like, it rarely matters. Like, so hopefully you see my point. So Karis, Axe, and Tia found philosophy coins in the woods. What? Is it Leon? Are you here to decide? Maybe are you? I think you would appreciate this. What I assume to be a Power Rangers reference more than I would, because Leon is a big Power Rangers fan. But yeah. I was the one who made this graphic, as well as all the other Vlosophy related graphics. I was the one who came up with the text, all the text that you see here. So yeah, so wow, that that clears everything up. Yeah, I know, right? Who told you to skip a week? The link to the Reddit announcement is in the description, actually, for this stream. So Web of Concepts or anyone else who is locked out of the loop, if you like, you can click on the link and see the announcement. And but basically, Axe and Karis and I formed an indie VTuber unit called Vlosophy, and we had our first three-way collab on Saturday. It went very well, and we announced it was sort of in the works for 2 months, basically from the time that I debuted, and we sort of, you know, we're planning it and sort of keeping it a secret that whole time. I don't even remember what happened. It was like a long blackout, but it was fun probably. You're referring to your we okay. Maybe I'm not sure I want to ask. So I think we'll just leave it there. But yeah, what else? I was gonna say something just now. So planning dang. I lost my train of thought. Well, anyway, so the campaign we posted this on Reddit, and then for the next 6 consecutive days leading up to our debut, we posted another meme picture on each day. And that was Harris's idea, actually. He was the one that went like what if we didn't just post one thing? Like what if we just posted like a thing on each day for like you know, he made us, his suggestion was something like that. And he was definitely the one who proposed the format of like what the like one what am I trying to say, like one question, like us answering a question, a different question each day. Maybe I can just show them all on stream, because I don't know, I didn't link them. Maybe there's no harm in doing that. Okay, the source change, go. So this, I'm gonna go in order. So oh, now it's like being cut off because of thing. Okay, and then I'm just gonna, what the fuck, man? No, not like that. Right? You could probably still read it even if I make it smaller, right? Actually, I'm gonna put it behind the easel, and then try to make it nice and aligned. I think that works. Yeah, that works pretty well. Harris was the one who came up with the idea of us answering questions and you know, in a way that would like sort of like show off our personalities and how well we bounced off each other with our like different takes on different issues. But though I was the one who came up with the questions themselves. So Karis and I, we pretty much both contributed to and collaborated on the marketing. Marketing is not Axe's thing, so he was just kind of giving us moral support. This was the first in the series of 6 memes that we posted, and I know the question is not on you know, there right now, but the question, the theme question for this one was is the male loneliness epidemic real? And we were providing our answers to that. And I was the one who came up with this question, and I did so after reviewing some of the notes I took when I was in school to try to just sort of brush up on my marketing knowledge and sort of you know, get some ideas. And I realized that what we should really do, rather than asking like a bunch of like really generic questions, is to tailor them to our audience. And our audience was our virtual YouTubers, which you know, not to beat around the bush, you know, it's a forum of mostly young guys who are gonna be kind of nerdy and trend towards maybe being a little like lonely. That this is a topic that they might have strong feelings about. You know, this would be a topic that they care about, and because of that, I sort of set this not only as one of the questions that we would be answering, but the very first one. I wanted to start off strong and really make a strong first impression, and and if I may be so bold, I'd say that it paid off, because this post blew up on Reddit. Last I checked, it had more than 500 upvotes, and Karis was the one that posted it. So we took turns. Posting the different ones. So each of us, there were 6, and there are 3 of us. So each of us posted 2. This was one of the ones that Karis posted, and it got more than 500 upvotes, which is pretty big. That's like in blowing up territory, and it got lots of engagement, like lots of comments, and I was like, really, I hate. Lucky says, okay. Well, what Webcontest says, seems like there might be some hot takes there. Robo asked a question about merch. I'm going to answer that I'm going to answer that a bit after this, since I'm in the middle of something right now. I hope you don't mind. Lackey says, I hate male loneliness discourse. It's so overdone and these guys are so coddled. The thing is, they're not, and respectfully, I think you're wrong, and I will explain why. There is a reason that I chose this as one of our questions, and a reason that I think that Axe and Karis assented to answer it. And it's not that we're just pandering to like random people, because that's not who we are, okay? That's not who any of us are. If you are familiar with any of us, I think you should know that about us. I don't think there should be any mistake about that. I think it might be best at this point if I pulled up the thread itself, because I did sort of want to offer more in-depth reactions to some of the comments that we got in that thread, because there was a lot and I couldn't respond to it all really, and I had a lot of thoughts that I was saving for my solo stream. Okay, first of all, Karis on Karis's post under the picture, he added this like caption that said like, "God knows this is relevant to the subreddit right now." And when I saw that, I was like, Karis, like, why did you add that? I didn't tell you to put that. Like, why did you, like? And then I commented on the thread. I want to state for the record that Karis did not consult with Axe and me before adding that last bit. He went rogue. And that got 100 upvotes, so I'm glad people enjoyed our in-fighting. Okay, but on to the discourse. Actually, it's funny. I didn't recognize it at the time, but I was looking at Axe's Reddit intro post again recently, and now I see that one of the users who commented on our recent thread actually commented on Axe's intro post way back in like over the summer before his debut, which is really cool. I wonder what they think of the fact that Axe is like part of a unit now. But I'm going to oh, sorry. I'm kind of just scrolling the whole thing now because it's been about a week and I'm trying to refresh my memory. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna start with the positives before moving on to the negatives. The question, I think I see a question about the question. The question, by the way, was, is the male loneliness epidemic real? That's the question that we were answering here. And I'm going to start with the positives before moving on to the negatives. Maybe I should link thread in the chat. It's not in the description, but maybe that would be a good idea. So nobody is locked in on a loop. Should I pin? How do I pin this? Maybe should I pin this? Okay. I should have. I think I should have done that for Saturday's Michizure lyrics, and then I didn't think about it at the time. It probably was fine though. All right. So I'm looking at the comment chain started by VP7 Clips. That's the person who commented on Axe's intro post over the summer. So they said that they were saying that whether the male loneliness issue exists or not is not what people are questioning. And then I said, well, I don't know about that because I've encounter way too many people who deny that the issue like even is an issue, you know, which is a great way to start off a discussion. You know, people will say things like you know, it's like, you know, it's there was a comment in that vein that we heard just now in this stream, that men are coddled, that they already have it too good. Why are they even complaining about anything? Like, you know, and I disagree. I disagree with that. Someone replied to my post to this in this comment chain. They deleted their comment because it got massively downvoted, but I responded to that person saying that I'm just gonna read out this part of my comment. Likewise, I find the notion that it's entirely constructed due to male behavior to be a reductive take on the problem that won't bring us closer to any solutions. So a lot of people will say that, like, it's not an issue, or if it is an issue, it's like men's fault anyway. Like, why are we, there's just so many more important problems out there. Like, why are we even talking about this? So annoying. And this really surprised me but someone thanked me for that comment of mine. If you're looking at what I'm looking, then just a little further down, someone replied to my second comment in that chain. And their first words were "thank you." And when I said that, it really moved me, because I wasn't like expecting it, but it did remind me that this is why I am doing this work in general, being a VTuber, being justice incarnate, and putting myself out there, putting myself on the line. Not because it's easy, not because it's fun, or at least not every aspect of it is, but because I wanted to help people. Because I wanted to make a difference. And I think sometimes I forget that sometimes I'm so focused on the big picture that sometimes I forget that, you know, I think on the other side are just like actual individuals, and it can be something to just make an impact on just one person who needs it, even if, you know, you're not quite changing the world yet anyway. And this reminded me of that, and it really moved me to be thanked like this. Like, I wasn't asking for it, but it really I think it gave me a lot of courage. I think it really gives me a lot of courage for people to show that my choices, my words, my ideas made a difference to them, and that's ultimately what I want. And it was really just so nice. I wound up not responding to that person's comment because I was just so I think I was at a loss for words. There was I was really stressed out. There was like a lot going on that week, and I couldn't quite, you know, formulate I think a worthy response to all of that. But it really yeah, so I thought that if nothing else, I would at least talk about it on stream, if nothing else. And then but their comment went on. They didn't just thank me. I think the next few comments in this chain are pretty interesting. I'm just gonna read it out of hopefully you're looking at it too. Yes, a lot of men's reactions to rejection and refusing to acknowledge their problems stem from their own behavior is a terrible thing indeed, but shunning them even further when there are so many grifters around to validate their hurt emotions and throw them into echo chambers where they're proven to be right in their hatred is a really bad thing. At the very least, a concerted effort should be made to catch people on the fence. I have met people in my life where it kind of made sense from their perspective and lived experiences that they hated or feared women, and all they needed were just a few positive experiences to disprove it. Instead, they get stuck in communities talking to other people who also had extremely bad fortune, and all they do is repeat these experiences ad nauseum until it's obvious to them that this is what reality looks like. Anything repeated enough becomes fact. And if the only people saying otherwise is the other side, if the only people saying otherwise is the other side, that's what looking at this propagandized world of ours has taught me. Is it dumb to extrapolate a few experiences into judging an entire half of humanity? Of course it is, but people who are young and have only had a limited number of experiences so far are rather likely to do this, and once they've started viewing the world through this lens, most other things they see are angled to confirm it. Which is, I think, a pretty apt, you know, description of sort of the the general issue. And I like what they added here at the end. I also wish more men realized it's okay to be rather lonely. I haven't had a woman in my life for so very long, but I'm doing okay engaging with other things in life. I used to feel judged for it, which kinda sucked, but nowadays I don't mind. And I like the next comment as well. That last one was from Uptilt. This one comes from Gideon Wilhelm. Well, I almost slid down an alt-right pipeline because I'm autistic, don't have a ton of friends, and was seeing a lot of arguments about feminism people didn't want to talk about. So when I asked some of these questions without realizing they're malformed, I was met with open hostility and forced out of a lot of places. I didn't even believe in anything the questions were implying because I didn't have the skills to recognize any implications. But by simply asking, I was branded a Nazi with zero clarification beyond if you don't already know what's wrong with what you said, there's no hope for you. But the alt-right was more than willing to welcome me in and talk to me. The only thing that kept me sliding all the way down, I think they meant kept me from sliding all the way, was my own curiosity and critical thought, but not everyone cares that much. When I asked why, they had an answer. It took me years to fully break down my desire to shut the wokies up and nestle properly in the left, when I could have been here long ago if anyone had just been willing to talk to me. And honestly, the male loneliness epidemic is a very similar situation. I feel like I can't tell anyone I'm lonely. I can't have emotional conversations with other men around without ridicule from all genders. It's not just men's behavior. Society enforces that we have to be stoic or else be lesser. And while we're on this topic, I think there was another comment on this thread that I think will be helpful here. This is a comment chain, a couple comments down, and this comment comes from Glacia Ice Storm. Which, by the looks of it, is a woman, a female Reddit user. I honestly think toxic masculinity is misinterpreted, as you said, because people don't believe women can also practice and push toxic masculinity onto their children, especially their sons. This comment was actually in response to Keri Senpai, and for my part, I myself replied to it saying, "I love this comment. Louder for the rad femmes in the back, please." So, Berserker most recently says it's not deserved. It's a feedback loop that makes everyone more miserable, not just those directly affected. Yes. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was hoping to simply broach this topic in a nice and easy way without, getting into like the hair of it, without getting into sort of any contentious discourse, because Paris, Axion, and I, we're planning to do a male loneliness discussion stream in March, a whole stream dedicated to this one topic. Okay, so I was trying to save all the really juicy discourse, all the really sort of important points I wanted to lay out until then. But it feels like now, it's just such a thing that people can't help themselves. Feathers will get ruffled if, whenever it comes up. So now I feel like maybe I have to reveal part of my hand, the hand that I was saving for March. Lucky says, okay, let me try to go in order. Sure, Euphemism is a funny guy. He is. He is the comic relief of Vlosophy for sure. He plays that role really well. Robo says, this may be a hot take or just the misandrist in me. Male loneliness is real and not deserved. It's not deserved. Like, no one... I think no one... It's like Berserker said. I think, okay, there's a lot to this, and I'm trying to not to get confused and mix up different thoughts that should actually be separate thoughts, but it's like not deserved. Okay, I think I know what I want to say. So this thread, as you can see so far, it did produce some like genuine quality discussion, I think, on sort of you know, the problem. It like got people, you know, it got some people at least to share their personal stories. That like made them feel safe enough to you know, come forward about their stories, which I mean, I'm really glad that like we could do that. I don't really know like how much I was sort of expecting to accomplish in terms of like emotional catharsis, since this is just like, you know, like random meme, drive-by meme from 3 small VTubers, you know, no one has ever heard of. But I'm glad that somehow we made people feel, you know, safe enough to come forward. And maybe that's just a testament to exactly how lonely and desperate, you know, some people are. That they're just chomping at the bit for, I think, like a forum in which to feel heard and to be heard safely and without judgment. I can't say that I was engineering this exact outcome, but I'm getting a little sentimental now, but it makes me really happy that we could provide that for even just a few people. And sadly, not all of the comments we got were quite so positive or productive. We did get a few comments that were how do we say this? Unproductive is maybe like one of the the nicest words we can use to describe them. We got some comments that were pretty unproductive, and I'm going to tell you what I mean. There is this one comment that got deleted, but I remember it because it was a comment replying directly to one of my comments, and I actually started typing up a response to it, and then when I tried to click submit, I realized it didn't go through because the comment it was supposed to be in response to got deleted. I don't know if it was by the user. I'm not sure. Like, you can delete your own Reddit comments, so maybe it was moderated. But I did save my response to it, so I'm gonna pull it up because I think it's relevant here. I think we need to hear this. Let me just find it in my files. Okay, the comment I didn't save the comment I was responding to, but like the gist of it was like a woman just absolutely like going off about how like it was just sort of like a absolutely like just resentment and spite fueled comment about how like, you know, all the guys she's dated like, you know, they didn't have jobs, and like they were like so lazy and pathetic, and like, you know, why are like men so entitled, and like when they want, when like, you know, women are like, you know, like you know carrying these days, and like, you know, like, and you know, check out how like, you know, like women's, you know, university enrollment rates are higher these days. Like, what about that? It was like a just super like loaded, like just inflammatory comment. And I said, or not I said, but I guess I saw that comment and I thought to myself, okay, this is a mess. And I gotta do like damage control here because like this is like not you'll see what I mean if I read out the what I wrote. So to this person I wrote, hey, there's no need for animosity. There are definitely dudes who have that inflated sense of entitlement, and I can definitely picture you having run-ins with a disappointing number of them. Having said that, disqualifying men from our empathy as women because of our personal baggage doesn't change the fact that there's a problem with how society treats the average man. Of course, there's still a problem with how society treats women as well. But I honestly don't think much will change until we acknowledge that these are actually part of the same issue and not rival issues over which we have to compete for proverbial airtime. And that wasn't the comment that I mentioned wasn't even like kind of the only comment that we got like at in the thread. Some of the other ones that we got survived. Like there was another one. That went, this one got downvoted, so that's at the bottom of a page. Some rando one. What about men who run away abandoning pregnant women? And I'm like, what do you mean? What about them? That's a flagrant whataboutism. Like that's a philosophical faux pas. When we're discussing one issue, you can't just be like, well, what about this like completely different issue? Because then we'll never make any progress on solving any issues if we're in the middle of discussing one and you're just like, well, what about like come on. This is not productive. It's not conducive to progress. This doesn't add anything. Okay? Like, and you know, I wasn't born yesterday. This is an issue I've cared about for years now. So when people say things like this, I know what they're really trying to say. But what they're really trying to say is that because some men do bad things, it means that basically men in general are now disqualified from being the benefactors of like empathy and social political efforts. And that's unacceptable. As Justice Incarnate, I say that at least in principle, nobody, and certainly no just massive demographic of people, should be disqualified from our compassion if we truly deem ourselves to be agents of justice. And I know for a fact that Paris and Axion would say the same thing about this. They're my gen mates. I know them well enough to know that. I find it very odd and very unhelpful how I'm waffling over how much further I want to get into this, because again, this is stuff that I thought I would be saving for March, and I feel like I'm I'm in an awkward position right now. But I don't know. Maybe I've made my maybe it'll help if I catch up with chat instead. Okay. Anyway, oh, hi Fi. I think I missed one of your other comments. Oh yeah, you said I hope the debut went well. Yeah, I think. I think Chaos and X think it went really well. I think. Yeah. There were no major no major issues. And actually, CZG Altair made an appearance near the end, and she said some very kind things about us. So that was really cool. I did say hi to V Theorem for us. I don't know if she did that, but in any case, hi. And then next you said many behaviors are rooted in the desire to feel. Was that your next comment? Yeah, and to feel safe, loved, powerful, and important. Yeah, that's like in the abstract, that's definitely true. I think you touched upon, I think, an aspect of human nature that goes I don't know, under acknowledged in our society. It's and I find it interesting that you say that, since I know your background is biology. So I find myself wondering what your personal connection is to sort of this psychology, this part of psychology. Okay, I'm going to. I think. Okay, I see some comments here about the YouTube's auto modding tendencies. I'm gonna switch to live chat now to try to see what I missed. Because I feel like I'm getting confused by some of the comments, and this might. Okay. I think I know why your comment got auto-modded. I think in general, YouTube's filters are pretty overzealous. Like, you had maybe assumed that it would only censor things maybe such as like slurs or like I don't know. Yeah, basically that, like swear words. But it has a tendency of hiding absolutely anything that touches on contentious topics such as, like, I don't know, like abuse or terrorism, or, you know, it's yeah. Anyway, if you think I see your comment that no, I think it is deserved. And I see your comment that got auto-modded before that. If you have any additional reasons as to why you think it is deserved, I think I would be open to hearing them. I think it would be better to communicate them and be transparent. Yeah. But if the reason is just, how do I do this? Well, I see. Well, I see a little bit down below that, well, first of all, Penboob says if it says deleted, the user deleted them themselves. If it says removed, a mod deleted, it's neither. Like, there's no remnants. I know like usually when Reddit comments get deleted, you can tell because it'll say, like, it will have that grayed out text, right? In this case, the comment just disappeared entirely. There's no trace of it left, so it's hard to say. And then just above that, Berserker said, you've got the causality confused. You think the terrible people are lonely because they're terrible, when the loneliness is what creates the terribleness in them. I feel like that's sort of a lot closer to how I would frame the situation. Maybe it is still maybe just a little bit reductive, but if, how do I say this? I think if your justification as to why the male loneliness is deserved is that some individual men somewhere did something bad to you or to people you know, that is not a good enough reason. Because I think that there's a, when it comes to male loneliness, there is a certain logical error that people frequently make, and that error is that the only men who are lonely are the terrible ones, or not even that, or it's that all men are terrible. It's often either one of those, okay? And that's not the case. Even if you want to say, okay, for the absolute, some of the absolute, the worst of the worst in our society, and maybe like they arguably deserve to be lonely. The fact is, you can't really punish and abandon them without, by proxy, also punishing and abandoning, millions and millions of other men who are well-intentioned, who have never abused anybody in their lives, who have done nothing wrong, and still suffer. In many needless and tragic ways. My husband suffers. Could you say that he is affected by the male loneliness epidemic considering he has a wife? Maybe your first instinct would be to say no, but the fact that the underlying cause of male loneliness, which is, basically unhelpful gender norms, the destructive gender norms in our society, will hurt pretty much every man until we make the choice to get at them. When we finally stop telling ourselves that men don't deserve this just because in aggregate they have it better than women, or because some of them did bad things, and because of that we're going to collectively punish the lot. Bai says, I am far from a psychologist, but it's maybe not too far of a stretch to think that we're not all that different from any other mammal. Safety and security is a huge behavioral motivator for all. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... I'm far from a medical expert of any kind, but I do have a big amateur background in psychology, because of, as a trauma survivor, I've been interested in psychology for a long time, and I for one do think that people in general underestimate how animalistic we are, and how those sort of core instincts drive so many of us every day on such a fundamental level. I think we, often commit the mistake of thinking, oh, we are so evolved and so much more sophisticated than, cats and dogs. But truth is, the more evolved parts of our brains are just pretty much built on top of the less evolved ones. But those more primitive parts are still there, and You know, I dare say that a lot of the times the people who are in the most denial of this fact are actually the ones who are ironically most ruled by their subconscious, by their primitive instincts. And then Fi continues, sometimes doing the right thing doesn't make you feel safe, loved, powerful, and important. Yes, justice is hard. I never claim that it's easy. Of all the claims I make about it, I never claim that's easy. It's hard. So I understand why like more people don't do it, but that doesn't mean it's not important. If it were easy, if it were easy to do the right thing, the world would be a lot nicer. Yeah, pretty much. Like, but what that means is that people can do bad things without being evil, because sometimes on a subconscious level they are prioritizing their own safety, basically, and that is understandable to a degree. And this is I mean, now we're sort of getting a bit away from just like male loneliness as a specific issue and more like the philosophy of justice. And this is why I spend so much energy trying to hawk the concepts of compassion and unconditional love as being just sort of integral to normative ethics. I think where we quote unquote reward people who are quote unquote good and punish ones who are quote unquote bad is what's led us to it's one of the things that's led us to the absolute what's the word for the you know, all the problems that you see in our world today. We have to get away from the idea that people we don't like don't deserve help. And that's not easy. It's easier, like Fi said, to be an absolute, like, just tribal, like grudge-holding, frustrated Neanderthal. It's not easy to be just. But it's important. Oh, and Fi says, for your curiosity, I studied mouse neurobiology, which overlapped with animal behavior. Humans are, of course, much more complicated. That doesn't really surprise me, considering, again, with what sort of little formal knowledge I have. I have sort of heard that, I think in general, my impression is that a lot of the discoveries that we've made about, I guess not really human nature so much as just general mammal behavior that would sort of extend by proxy to humans was conducted originally on mice, because mice are kind of like cute and lab friendly. They're easier to experiment on than people. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think that's cool. Berserker says, it doesn't help that our modern society has a baffling number of systems that reward antisocial behavior. That's true. There is a positive correlation between like CEOs, between like top executives and psychopathy. I mean, how do you even defend capitalism after that? Okay, I think both. I think I see here on live chat that two comments left by Robo, and it looks like YouTube auto-modded both of them, which is why they're not showing on the on stream chat box. But I'm gonna read them out. Robo says, some context. I was raised by my mother. She had 6 sisters. The stories I heard. Sure, I don't believe it's all men, but greed, lust, and drugs. Men do more damage to themselves than women have ever done. All humans have the ability, but personally, I believe due to the way we are ruled by random chemicals, that something about men makes them predisposed to being dangerous. My brain. I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. First of all, I'm very sorry to hear about your mom and her family. Although I don't have all the details, I can only imagine that that was a very complicated and sad situation, and I can definitely see how sort of you reached your conclusion, or why you sort of see things the way you do. Given that background, given those experiences. But I'm not comfortable with the suggestion that something about men makes them predisposed to being dangerous. I think what we could say is that, men having more testosterone than women, it just predispose them to, certain behaviors more so than, like women are. And, since Phi is here, he can probably offer more, professional insight on that than I can, if he would like to. I'm gonna give you some context. Of my own. I was abused by my mom. In fact, I have mostly been abused, harassed, bullied, betrayed, deceived, excluded by women and coded people throughout my life. Not to say that I've, never been mistreated by a man. In any way. I've met men who were just, not very nice people. And not to say that other women, other people don't go through what I did, but at the hands of men. Point is that I don't believe for a flipping second that men are somehow morally worse than women. Like, if you really boil it down to human nature itself and divorce that from societal, like environmental factors such as, men having more like, traditionally having more like wealth and legal rights that might allow them to act on their worst impulses more than women would. So if historically, if it looks like men are worse people than women, which I think it does kind of look that way. Like, it can look that way. It's just because they had more power to do things, both good things and bad things. That's what power lets you do. It just lets you do more stuff. But I think it's time for us to break down the idea that, yeah, men, because I think that there's Look, I'm just going to address, I think, sort of what is the elephant in the room, or at least, one of them. It must be a very big room if there are multiple elephants, but the radical feminist, notion that the reason men sort of, deserve less and they should be sort of like, and that discrimination against them is justified, is that they're just like worse people and like dangerous people. And that's, I just don't agree with that. My life experience does not reflect that at all. My thoughts and intuitions as a philosopher do not support that conclusion. And I think that breaking down this cultural belief is not actually anti-woman. It is actually, in the end, like we will all like benefit. I think if we manage to break down this belief, I think that there's a fear that if we start saying that actually men are like not so bad and actually women can be evil too, it will be used to sort of like justify more, you know, misogynistic stuff. But in reality, like, I would implore like you not to think of it as like a sport where it's like two teams fighting each other, because like I said in the comments of mine that I read out earlier, like these are actually part of the same issue and not rival issues over which we have to compete for proverbial airtime. And since I'm speaking mostly off the cuff right now and these are not part of an argument that I've prepared in advance because I thought we were doing male loneliness in March, I realized that there may be sort of probably like holes, like logical gaps in my argument that I'm not really like aware of right now. But yeah, maybe I should just address chat again. I think there was something from earlier, a point from earlier I wanted to address. I didn't get to it. Oh, there was a comment from Lackey that I missed. I mean, it is real. I just feel like it's framing on straight men is a bit overdone. Like everyone is getting more lonely. Straight men just moan about it the most. Okay, but do you see why such language? It might be problematic. Like, I feel like this is a common thing where if you were saying that about, for example, if a woman was talking about like domestic violence against women, and then a man came in and said, "Yeah, well, what's the big deal? Like, why are you framing this as a woman thing? Like, domestic violence happens to men too." Everybody like. Everybody with like a Reset Era account and their mom would be like accusing this person of misogyny. Why is it okay for us to use that same sort of argument against men? Why does it not matter when it's why does it suddenly not matter when it's a gendered issue if the gender in question is men? I guess everyone is getting more lonely. No one is saying no one like, but there are gender specific. There are acute, causes of. There are gender specific causes of. There are gender specific factors that are causing male loneliness to be more acute. Female loneliness. This is supported by statistics saying that men on average are more. Are men on average are lonelier than women. Like the math supports that. And like, I know, and then I think like the common feminist like sort of is a more talking point for this is okay well even if it is a male problem, like basically it's not a problem, and if it is a problem then men deserve it anyway. Like women out here, we got ourselves figured out, like we make friends with other women. That's why we're not lonely, because we do that and we're like so great, and look at us taking all the credit for it. and those silly men, like why are they like not making friends with each other? Like that's just like their fault. If they just did that, then there would be no problem. So like, yeah. And then Whenever I see people talking that way, I hate it so fucking much, okay? I'm a woman, and I grew up with no friends, being bullied by other girls. Why? Because I was emotionally neglected. And you know what? I think something I've, as a trauma survivor, something that I've noticed and that I've learned is that the normal way that we raise boys in our society is emotional neglect. We just don't call it that because in general, child abuse is a taboo topic in our society that doesn't get nearly the spotlight that it deserves. But that's my honest assessment. And so the reason that men don't make friends is not because they're stupid and they're doing it to themselves. It's because emotional neglect stunts your social skills. And so the common denominator is emotional neglect, not being men. The reason that it looks like men have a harder time is because men are more likely. I don't have the statistics to support this, but I have an intuition that boys like are more likely to be emotionally neglected, but we just don't think of it as emotional neglect. We're just like, oh, it's like the normal way to raise boys, to teach him that like he's like not allowed to cry and that stuff. I don't know. I've now at this point I feel kind of is it weird if I feel maybe a bit betrayed now? Because I feel like I've sort of been coerced into revealing almost my entire hand that I was saving for March, but before I was ready. I really wanted to do this right and to do a good job. I don't know if I did a good job today or if I just said a whole bunch of crap. So it's real and it's not deserved because like innocent men are like wrapped up in this too. We just don't hear from them because they're not the ones complaining. They just like the way that they were taught as boys. Like they just try to figure it out on their, they just endure it and like don't complain to anyone, but they are out there suffering, even if they are for the most part you know, doing as they're told and being strong and silent. And I don't believe in the collective punish. I don't believe in trying to collectively punish all the bad guys if it means like innocent people will be wrapped up in it too. That's not how I do as justice. I think I've said what I needed to at this point. Hi Magic, this is a fun conversation to wake up to. The funnest! Couldn't be funner. Remember to breathe less. I breathe there. I breathe once. I breathe. I did one breath. That should be enough. Okay, I see you left a lot of comments. To give my own 2 cents, even under the assumption that certain factors made people predisposed to certain actions, the society one lives and grows up in affects things far more. Good point. A large majority of cluster B disorders, for example, the closest thing we have in reality to a confirmed disposition towards antisocial behavior, is more affected by the situation grows up in. I'd be interested in maybe the statistics or the studies that support this, but I don't entirely doubt it. I think I can sort of see evidence of it being true looking back on my life, though I wouldn't mind learning more of the context behind that. The socialization of men in society sucks. As I think you meant to say, Karis has on that board, the effects of the patriarchal society on men is something that indeed feminist studies talk about quite a bit. Tyler says, everybody can suck. That's why it's important to hold everybody accountable. Like, that's where I am. Like, not to flatten the issue too much, because of course, like, I'm not done denying the fact that there are certain ways in which men suck more, but there are also, in my opinion, as someone who was abused by my mom, certain ways in which women suck more, and these all have to be addressed. And we're not going to make any ground on this on this issue if each side is just telling the other, like, no, it's your fault. Everyone is getting more lonely indeed. However, one can easily argue the male loneliness epidemic is referring mostly to the specific way in which patriarchal ideals cause men to be alienated. Well put. I like the idea. I like the way you put that. Robo says, you gotta remember I'm crazy, but even if we disagree on this, I hope it's okay if I keep cheering you on. Of course it's okay. I mean, yeah. How do I say? I mean, if anything, I feel like my expectation. Not being. How do my words? Okay, like I feel like if anything, it would be the opposite. Like I'm not like what I'm trying to say is, like, it's like not like a VTuber. It's not like most streamers would tell one of their fans, like, hey, you're not allowed to be my fan anymore. Like, you said something I don't like and now you're not. Like, that's not really a thing that happens. What I think is more likely to happen is if a VTuber, like the content creator, says something problematic, and then the fan is like, you know what, like, I don't want to support this anymore, because that's obvious, because the VTuber is the one who provides value, and the viewer can decide at any time, like, to stop supporting this person if their values no longer align. And like the content creators, like, I don't think we can really complain about that. Like, you know how like there's like this thing where like certain figures will complain, like, oh, like, I got canceled by the woke left, and then you'll ask them, like, okay, so like what do you mean you got canceled? What happened? And then it turns out, like, they said something and then just people stopped being their fans. And it's like, you know that people are allowed to do that, you know, they're allowed to do that. So I mean, like, for one thing, like, first of all, I don't think you're crazy, Robo. I think that humans are subjective by nature. We are all influenced to a non-zero extent. We are all biased to a non-zero extent by our lived experiences. I am biased to whatever extent by the fact that I was abused by women. But in becoming a philosopher, I am sort of doing all that I can to try to minimize the influence of that bias and to be as maximally objective as possible. I'm not bothered by the fact that you disagree with me or that we disagree with each other in and of itself. But if as I said, you are comfortable with continuing to support me, then I hope that, perhaps come next month when Vlosophy hosts our male loneliness discussion collab, that you will, give me the opportunity to maybe change your mind. And that's all I can hope for as a philosopher VTuber and as justice. The shifting of the, and the magic says, the shifting of the term radical feminism consistently annoys me in the attempt to make proper discussion. Once upon a time, it merely referred to the idea that the patriarchal ideals for which society is built on has to be fundamentally destroyed. Now it has a bit more baggage. Yeah, that's a very... I mean, that's kind of like... That started happening in like the 2000s, and now that's just so... I think like, yeah, we're just it's just we gotta live with it at this point. As the old saying goes, boys are easier to raise than girls. Exactly. Like I've heard people like in recent times I've heard people like invoke that saying, but in the sense of like, in the sense that it's like a lie. Like the only reason like how could boys and girls and possibly be that different? They're all children. Like the only reason we think that is because we neglect boys' emotional needs. That makes it seem like it's easier. The reason for that is, well, people just don't generally pay attention to them. Yeah. And then they still expect them to grow up in this just an incredibly complicated, very social skills reliant, like modern world, and expect them to be happy and fully functioning and expect everything to go fine like it did before, and it's not. Of course it's not. Emotional neglect is one thing. Another thing that's hard to ignore is the requirements by the ideals of society: be strong and to be independent. Are those the same thing? Because I feel like growing up I was expected to be independent too. So I feel like that can be sort of maybe go under the umbrella of emotional neglect. Not to say that like for me it was sort of to the same extent as what, maybe like boys are more likely to go through, but I wasn't allowed to have emotions either growing up. When emotions are weakness, it becomes difficult to feel anything but alienation or anger. It's pretty just pretty much anger and alienation and lust. Something tells me I'll be saying this a lot, but take it easier on yourself if you can. I'm sorry if I'm making you worry. Please don't worry about me if you can. I just I know you're new, but those of you who have been here from the start, especially like Leon, most of all, know that I'm just chronically hard on myself. But I think as long as I get to accomplish my goals, I think as long as I get to speak justice and do what I believe in, that's the most important thing. But I appreciate your concern. It's very heartwarming. Oh, and Niken, I like your Ike avatar. I don't know if you're still here, but I like your Ike avatar. Okay. Is it offensive if it would be offensive if I do this? I feel the urge to read your comments with an try to affect an accent. Hi, I'm 30 years old Siberian man. Grew up as sheltered, introverted. I always been emotional, but whenever I shown it, I was laughed at or people considered my emotions too strongly. Like if I said I hate someone out of being an emotion, people would cut ties completely because I hate them. Well, I am a man, therefore I have to mean strongly every word, I guess. I still don't understand what being emotionally intelligent or being emotionally neglected even means. I learned to never show emotions, even to my mother, since she always treated my problems too lightly and didn't seem to care. Okay, I'm glad you're amused and not offended. I like I don't know exactly where you're from, but I like Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky is my favorite author, so because of that, I also I grew up for part of my childhood, I lived in an area, I think that, or not, I didn't live in it. I went to school in an area that had a lot of Russian kids. That there was like a lot of there were a lot of Russian kids in my school for some reason, and Russian teachers. So from that, I kind of like I picked up a little bit of a Russian accent. I think I'm pretty rusty though. I'm not gonna say that that was very good, but that, that's my background. I'm really sorry to hear that you went through that. I think the fact that you say you know, you still don't understand what being emotionally intelligent means, even at this point, I can really only empathize with what that feels like. But I think that I can only imagine it just you know, it just must have been so hard for you. I'm really sorry that you went through all that. I don't know if this will be much consolation, Nikan. I think it could still be possible for you to learn what emotional intelligence is and learn how to show emotions, because that is you deserve to feel. You deserve to be able to show your emotions and, you know, have people accept you for that. Every human being deserves that, regardless of whether they're a man or a woman. And I think it's possible. I'm really holding out hope for you that it's possible. I actually, do you see wait, let me, sorry, I have to unlock this and move it. Do you see this picture in the background, like behind me on the easel? Do you see the, like in this picture, do you see it's a picture of me and two men? So these are my friends. These men are my friends. The one with blonde hair is named Axion. The one with silver hair is named Karis. We formed a VTuber group recently, and both of them are very emotionally intelligent men. They are living proof that it is possible to show emotions and to be emotionally intelligent as a man, and to not be weak or to be disrespected by people, because both Axion and Karis are very they're strong and well respected men. So you know, having emotions does not make them weak at all. So I wanna show you that it's possible, that it can be done, and yeah, and oh wait, I feel like I should catch up. I was gonna say something, but I feel like I should catch up more with the comments. I'll try to get some studies then soon. I have to look for them though. Okay, no worries. Take your time. Oh, hi Millennium. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for dropping in. A good philosopher. Oh, that's a different comment. Congrats to you, Axion and Karis. Thank you, Millennium. Your enthusiasm is really heartwarming. It's really great to see so many of Karis's friends, you know, come along and extend their support to all three of us. It really does mean a lot. Leon, I got cancelled by the woke mob that went on a University in Pi podcast tour. I charged a $5,000 per hour speaking fee. I wish that were me. When is someone, guys, disciples, when is someone gonna pay me $5,000 to speak somewhere? It should be me, and then I can use I'll put aside part of the money for mortgage, and but then I can use some of my stuffed animals. No, I'm kidding. I would probably, at this point, I would probably like put more or less 100% of it towards a mortgage, or like a down payment. What's the, it's like a down payment? Yeah. One of the good things about having lived through so much is that my bias is so all over the place, 3/4 of it ends up canceling itself out. How interesting. Do you, like, I'm curious about how old you are, Magic, because some of your recent comments have given off the impression of sort of an older person. You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable, but you are underselling the chronically hard on yourself. I'm very good at worrying, you see. No, Leon, don't say things like that. I don't like it when people worry about me. Just try your best to support me without worrying. That suits me better. To respond to the thing from earlier about the fact you experienced it too, indeed part of it is why I didn't specify for men that toxicity, strength, and independence suck for everyone involved. You can learn it anytime. Take it from me. Yeah, I'd like to think. I'm literally crying right now. Oh, I hope you're okay. I hope you feel better soon, Nikan. Take all the time you need to reflect on what's been said here today. I know it's a lot. It's totally normal to be overwhelmed. And then I saw your ads in Reddit, wanted to catch your debuts, but missed. Well, I mean, if you are from the Siberian region, I think our debut was probably at like the middle of the night for you. So no worries. For my part, my solo streams are usually like earlier in the day for that, like maybe like the middle, like maybe just late night for you. So yeah, if you want to keep catching my streams in the future, I'll be here. I usually stream around this hour, and I usually most weeks I do a chatting stream on Monday or Tuesday, just like this one. And if you like, you can subscribe to my my friends' channels as well. Their links are on the front page of my or their links are on my YouTube homepage. Axion especially has done a encouragement stream recently, like this past month, which I don't know if it could be something that you're like that could help you, like because it's not exactly about a sort of male loneliness, but it could help. Well, actually, just in case if it doesn't help, then like whatever, but in case it helps, I'm gonna link it, because I know it already helped one of my friends. It helped my friend Ed recently, so maybe it could help another person. I'm gonna drop the link in chat. Okay. It's only like a roughly 1 hour VOD. So if there's anyone here who is sort of, you know, generally struggling in life, whether you know you're a man or a woman, but I feel like especially if you're a man, because you know Axion is a man, maybe you'd find him, maybe just he would sort of be more relatable, like for men. I recommend this stream. Yeah. To change the privilege. Oh wait, no. Before that, I spent more than 30 years suppressing everything into dullness, yet I've reclaimed my whimsy. So it sounds like you're probably at least as old as Axe, if not older, because Axe is the same age as Taylor Swift, which is why I've stopped for the most part teasing him about his age, because if he's old, that means that Taylor is also old, and that's not a thought I can stomach. Wait, you're actually friends with Karis? I'm sorry. Yes, Karis and I are unironically friends. Even though whenever like it's like me and Axion and Karis together, we have a tendency of ending up fighting, while Axe just like, you know, observes us quietly from the corner, but being the neutral party. But he is my friend, unironically, all things considered. One of them stronger than the other, though. Let's take it slow on yourself. Now, like, let's stop talking about my performance, please. Webb says, I appreciate the empathy. I feel like men tend to have a need for feeling wanted, so a society where they feel useless and alone will crush them. Yeah, I think that I mean, first of all, you're welcome. I'm glad, but yeah, I think that definitely reflects my understanding of the issue and from what I've heard from other men. You speak for free on YouTube. Well, but I'm saying, if some non-philosophical, grifter can get paid $5,000 an hour to speak, why shouldn't I? Why? Well, that's not fair. That's not fair, right? How is that fair? Bro, when you said I still don't understand what being emotionally intelligent or being emotionally neglected means, I feel that in my soul. I'm really sorry, you guys. I mean, I'm not a man, but I was neglected and abused as a little girl. So, yeah, I used to not know what being emotionally intelligent meant either. But I learned. It took time. It took a hell of a lot of time and effort, but it's not impossible. It can be done if you have just kind and supportive people who are sort of like basically supportive, understanding people around you who are willing to basically give you a safe environment to learn in, because learning is hard. You can't really learn if you're in danger, right? So yeah, for those of you who are maybe like not lucky enough to have like such an extensive, support network around you in your personal lives, I mean, if I may be so bold, I hope that to whatever, small degree that I and the other members of Vlosophy can provide some level of guidance for you, not in the sort of maybe capacity as close friends, since we're ultimately just streamers on the internet, but I know that I've gotten plenty of inspiration from famous people I've never met, such as Taylor Swift. She was my only female role model growing up, so it's better than nothing. I do really hope that. You have to be cancelled by the woke mob first. Dang it! Is that how it works? Gee, I'm glad I do our finances. Old enough. I'm in whimsy though. Yeah, I first, if it makes you feel any better, I first thought you were maybe like younger than me, like maybe just in your early 20s. That was my first impression of you. So definitely whimsical. Nikan says, I'm a failed man. Dropped from dropped out from university, fired from job, currently neat, addicted to gacha. I would sort of encourage you not to think of yourself as a failed man. I would because that's sort of, this is about gender norms, but that implies that men, the definition of like a real man is like you have to be successful, and that's just not a fair idea, since the same thing doesn't apply to women to the same extent, right? So you don't have to think. I don't think of yourself. I don't think of you as a failed man. I don't think you have to think of yourself as a failed man. Just you're in your own situation, and only a jerk would judge you for that. Like I don't know your story, but I don't think that I would blame you at all. For the record, my father, who was also abused by my mother when I was very young, has also described himself as a failed man. I think he at least to some extent, lives sort of maybe a bit like vicariously through, not lives vicariously. No, that's not the wrong word. He like I think he's like based his life purpose on supporting me and my half sister. Because he just sees just his own life as like a lost cause, but like I guess if I could give him the advice I'm giving right now, which I kind of can't because I'm his daughter, so it's like the power dynamics are a bit awkward. I would yeah, I tell him that he should be proud of himself and on his own sort of merits, and not just only be proud of himself as the father of 2 daughters. Friends who can murder each other in good fun are rare, but always good. Yeah, that's Axe and that's Karis and me to a degree. Hey Tia, maybe Axe was born before December 13th, so he can be the old yardstick that constantly changes. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, I think I know what you mean. No, it's just too he was, but it's too close. Okay, it's too close. Axe is the adult. You and Karis are the siblings. Yeah, and I kind of hate to admit it, but it is a little bit like that. It is a little bit like that. Now what now? Okay, we spent like 2 hours on the male loneliness epidemic. That was not my... It's not what I wanted. Well, this was, I think this was a productive discussion, so I don't regret it, but my voice is, I'm getting tired. We should try to speed through the rest. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly, I'm just gonna quickly show you what the others were. So this was day 1 of our Reddit, promotional campaign. This was day 2. Trolley. Oh fuck! Now it's covered by my. Trolley. It was the trolley problem. If you know philosopher VTubers, you know the trolley problem. I don't have the energy to go over this. But I like our responses. I think they do a good job of showcasing the differences between our personalities. Minor detour, yeah, exactly. Just a minor detour. That's all. Just a little jaunt. Off the beaten path. Okay, and then this was day 3. This was supposed to be who's your favorite, who's your Hololive Oshi and why? This was our second best performing post. We got around this one I posted, and that got 200, I think almost like 300 upvotes, which was really nice. I don't have much. I don't know if I have much to say about this that hasn't been said, but I like how I sort of overlaid the pictures of the holomemes, because I thought it would make it more eye-catching for people who's scrolling on Reddit who are just mostly mostly care about Hololive and not random indie VTubers. I thought it would help put eyes on us, and I think it did, so I feel pretty smart. Wait, fellow Hoshiyomi Niken, how are you so based? Oh my gosh. Wait, no, you must have not caught all our posts then from last week if this is news to you, but yeah. Suite, multi-talented, smart, ambitious, and kyo mo kawaii. I got the idea to draw and rig my own model from her, so if it weren't for her, I might not even have become a VTuber. 完璧な本当に完璧なアイドル truly a perfect idol. That's what I wrote in Japanese. Oh, and then Magic says, look, a philosophical detour that doesn't last at least 7 days and 3 dead bodies is minor as far as I'm concerned. Is this ancient times? Is this Greco-Roman times again? Yeah, and then now I'm gonna pull up number 4. I'm gonna try to speed through the rest. This was, why are VTubers hot in real life? And I feel like this is just a minor bone to pick, but I feel like Harris and I gave basically the same answer, except for some reason he got more credit for his. Not that, I mean, I'm not like, it's not the end of the world or anything. I think it's just maybe just the way we phrased it. And like, not that the internet necessarily has the best reading comprehension. That's my hot take for today. I mean, as if my male loneliness wasn't also a hot take, but and then this was number 5. The question was, what is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. And I said, it's a serious answer, the bravest thing you can do, and the strongest force in the world. This yellow guy was always based. Yeah, someone on Reddit on one of the posts, they wrote like, yellow bro, like, always put the yellow bro on top. I'm here for him, and like that comment had me howling. Like Karis, I was like, Karis Euphranor truly is the Magni Desmond of Vlosophy. And ironically, part of it is just phrasing. Yeah, Karis for Karis, for better or for worse, has, as the kids would say, aura. He's the youngest. I mean, he has aura in the sense that like a homeless a homeless person who secretly knows kung fu has aura. Okay. You can tell him I said that if you want. Yeah. So as the kids would say, that's because Karis is the youngest out of the 3 of us. Like, he says he's 60, but my soul is thousands of years old, and Axion is the age of the universe. So by default, he's still the youngest. So that makes sense. I feel like if yeah, I mean, I feel like if you really sort of rank the 3 of us by how well we came across on Reddit, I would order it like Karis, Tia, Axe. So it so it really does correlate with our ages. So age does make a difference here, I think. You can tell him that if you want, whatever. And then this was not the last. And then last one was this one. What should you tell yourself every day when I wake up? And this one didn't get very much attention. I think something Kung Fu Hopeful. I mean, that was the analogy that I came up with in the spur of the moment. I think it. You know what? I'll just leave that there. In terms of sort of like my thoughts on the campaign overall, I mean, first of all, I personally am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really proud of myself for being sort of the progenitor of all this, of the marketing campaign. I feel like it kind of harkens back to my debut stream when I revealed that I majored in business, and like people were really confused. Like the reception was like, "What? Like, but you're an artist. You're an artist and a philosopher, but you like majored in business. Like, why didn't you major in like philosophy or like fine arts or like liberal arts?" And I was like trying to explain, like, I mean, well, first of all, like my family was paying for my tuition, so I was like limited in what I could pick, right? So there was that. But even if I could have majored in something like fine arts, I don't know that I would have, because I think because I reasoned that with something like art, you can teach yourself that without going to school. Like, you don't need to pay money in order to become an artist or a musician. So I figured it would be just a better use of my time and money to study something that's, you know, a little more practical. And I think there was some doubts. Like, I don't know that I persuaded anyone, you know, back then. I don't necessarily get the feeling that I did, but I think being, you know, because we live in a mostly non-philosophical society, I think that there's maybe a certain belief or association out there that if someone that capitalism is like if you do anything that makes money, it's just automatically bad. Like if you can't, there's no like ethical way to be a part of the system. Like if you want to fight the system, you can't be a part of the system at all. And I don't know, that's not something that I'm convinced of. I am sort of, I've assessed the situation around me and come to the conclusion that the best way that I can help, you know, given that I wound up majoring in business is to try to use what I learned in school, that is, you know, my marketing savvy and things like that, to try to further good causes and make the world a better place, and somewhat ironically undermined the idea of business and the idea of capitalism itself, and kind of be sort of like basically the real-life pacifist equivalent of Edelgard von Heresvelg. I'm even wearing red to suit the part. But yeah, and at the time, I felt a little bit discouraged when people reacted that way to me, sort of my revealing that part of my background, and I didn't really want to press the issue because I just felt like, well, I don't really have anything to prove it with right now, so I just better, you know, I better not. I really, you know, I really wanted badly to be able to say like, hey, look, I have this Vlosophy idea and I bet I'm gonna be able to make it a real success precisely because I have this training and this knowledge, but for obvious reasons I couldn't do that. So all I could really do was wait and bide my time until I had evidence, until you know, until all this, until it was already behind me and I could simply point at it and say, hey, this is proof, actual proof that I'm right, rather than be like, wait, no, but guys, seriously, like, trust me, like, you have to believe me without evidence. Philosophy being undervalued would be the reason our society collapses. Well, hopefully, if Vlosophy has anything to say about it, it won't be undervalued anymore. Also, I should, I want to change this picture now back to something else. Or maybe I'll just keep it there for now. I think I'll be done talking about Vlosophy for today in a sec. And yet you participate in society. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Not exactly, but that's like part of it. You said you were... Oh, Robo said, you said you were unhappy with the statistics after you released the singing short. Has that improved since removing it? And do you look forward to see the statistics surrounding Vlosophy? Vlosophy? Well, I mean, I think... in terms of the overall reception to this like the stream, like everything, the collab, like not just like the Reddit stuff, I think that stream performed. Like, it didn't underperform and it didn't overperform. Like, underperforming would be like if it sort of somehow did like worse than my other top performing VODs, and then overperforming would be like if it just did better than any of my VODs so far. And it did neither. It just performed. It did as well as my other top performing VODs, which means that it didn't sort of like break significantly out of our existing audience. Like, basically what it means is that like the equivalent of all my current subscribers watched it and then changed. Like, you know, people from Karis's communities, like his friends, like, you know, maybe I think like maybe some VTuber people got you know checked it out, that kind of thing. So it just performed, which, you know, I'm you know, could have been worse, could have been better. I'm happy with it overall. Don't feel like I can really complain. And then as for the singing short, has that improved since removing it? Yes, I think that if you look at my channel, it's like if you compare the numbers and the views on my VODs from just very recently versus the ones from around the beginning of this year when the short was still sort of you know, there and invisible, my numbers have largely recovered since hiding it. So yeah, that it was making a difference, scarily enough. A negative difference. Fire Emblem 3 Houses fan, boo. Well, you're here, ain't you? So it works out. Yeah. Alright, Penboo, are you still here? Sometimes I feel kind of rude summoning people like that, but I realize it's been 3 hours and you were here at the start, so I understand if you're not here anymore. But I want to check. It's possible that you could have just dipped out of chat, but yeah, I'm gonna move on to. I'm still here. Okay, you know. I'm sorry for the wait. I know I said we would get to this thing at a sooner point than this. But okay, I'm just gonna get right into it without like teasing you guys too much. I think I went on a quote-unquote date with a local VTuber. I hope it's okay that I just said that. I mean, I think maybe local is a vague enough term. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. Okay, with a local VTuber. Recently, actually last week on Monday. Any guesses who it is? It's not Axe and Karis. It's not Axe or Karis because they're not local. It was Penboo. Penboo. I met up with Penboo in real life. Married VTuber goes on dates. So I call it a date whenever I hang out with anyone. Any of my friends, regardless of whether they're a man or a woman, or regardless of how I feel about them, I just call it a date. Okay. We met up with Penboo. Sorry, I met up with Penboo. Oh yeah, we met up with Penboo because Leon was there as well. So what happened was, this happened. What happened was Penboo like. We post last week date platonic. Yeah, exactly like that. Penboo can confirm. What? Come on, stop. Okay, Penboo posted on his server like last weekend. Like with the thing, like the news that there was like a HoloLive pop-up shop opening in Toronto like that day, like on like last Saturday. And I was like, I don't remember this happening before in here. I think like usually it's like the US that gets all the good stuff. So I was like, I have to. That was my chance. I have to check this out. So I knew Penboo was open to meeting up. So I asked him like, hey, do you wanna check this out together? He was like, sure. So we agreed to go on Monday night because Leon was gonna be in the area that day anyway, so it would just be easier to meet up after. So we went down to like the Eaton Center, which is a shopping mall in Toronto, and that's like one of the locations that the pop-up shop was at. There was one other one that I didn't want to go to, and and then I bought Penboo didn't buy anything. I think he was holding out for a Suisei plush, but it's Suisei, so they didn't have any left. But I bought an Iris Our Bright Parade acrylic stand. I haven't put it up on display yet. It's still in the bag because I've been super busy with Vlosophy stuff, but I'm pretty happy that I managed to get a hold of something. So Penboo and I had heard before sort of we left the house that there were reports that like everything was like sold out because there was just like so much more traffic and positive reception than they expected. So I think our expectations were pretty abysmal, but they had some stock when we got there. So I bought the Iris stand. And yeah, and then we didn't stay together long. We did take you know, in the time that we were there, we did take a few pictures, such as this one. Apparently, I didn't know about this, but apparently this is a thing that like a lot of like VTubers do when they meet up, is like, you know, if they want to stay anonymous but still sort of like brag about the fact that they met up, like prove that they met up, they'll just take a photo of the models on their phones, like, hey, we were together physically, kind of thing. And then we also they also had some life-sized cardboard stands of some of the holomems in the store itself. And it's me, Tia. It's not the first time I've done sort of like a half reveal of what I look like in real life on stream. This is the second time, but I like this picture better than the first one I showed. I think the first one, in hindsight, I don't really like the way it turned out that much. You can see I took a picture with my Hollow Ian Oshi, Takanashi Kiara, sort of anyway. And yeah. I think that sort of covers it. And Penbu himself was really cool. He was okay. I think this is okay for me to mention on stream. He was cosplaying as himself. Like, for those of you who know him, like, you know how his design is like pretty simple and grounded, right? He's wearing like a green polo with like a blue hoodie, and he was wearing that exactly and in real life, and I was like, my mind was blown. It's like, that's so cool. And then like I think I complimented him. I was like you look like yeah, you look just like your model. And he was like, oh no, because like this shirt doesn't have like white stripe across the belly, but my model has like the white stripe. And then like Leon started going like, you could just take a strip of white fabric and like sew it on, and then Penbu was like yeah, I considered doing that, and then Leon followed up with, or you could just remove the stripe from your model. And I'm like, what? Why would you suggest that? His model is like simple enough as it is. You want the design to be even simpler? Need confirmation. Is Leon at least an 8? He's an 11 in my heart. But I can't force everyone to have the same opinion. You were exactly as I expected you to be. I'm curious as to what exactly you mean by that. I'll take it. And Leon, why are you fishing for validation from my viewers? And do I look like I do look like Leon Kennedy? Please confirm he does. Yeah, he does. I'll grant him that he does. The Suisei plush was a long shot. I was not expecting to get that at all. Yeah, I would have been really happy for you if you had gotten that, but I wasn't expecting it either. It was popular enough that they're doing it again from February 1st through 15th. Yeah, I heard about that. That kind of, when things like that happen, it makes me wonder, like, you know, I could have just like, you know, I just could have put it off, like, you know, and maybe the timing would have been better. I know, but that's okay. So yeah, yeah. Penmu's really cool, and we had fun together. And while you're here, I should also mention. I told Axion about the Penbu date preemptively because Axion also watches and is a fan of Penbu, and like Axion, he was so you know how Axion is just, he's so you know, he's just so like wholesome in how like encouraging and supportive he is. Like he's like very idealistic, right? He has like nary an ounce of cynicism in him. So I told him like, so I showed him like the phone picture. I showed him this picture, and he was like, "Oh, you met." He was like so just He was like so amazed. He was just like, "Wow, you met Penbu? Like, what a privilege!" And I was like, "Of course you would say that." And then I said, I bet you and Penbu would get along really well if you met up. Like, you should, like, if we got you up here in Canada sometime, the two of us, I can take you to, like, Penbu's house and we can, like, play, we can do an off collab and, like, play all his musical instruments. Then Axion is like, yeah, well, I don't know if I don't really have any, like, plans right now to come to Canada, but, you know, sure. So, yeah. You got high praise from Mayoshi, Penbu. Removing the stripe, but that's not the... Come on. Your heart? Well, yeah, I mean, in my heart, not as opposed to everyone else's hearts. Like I just said, I can't make everyone agree with my opinion. I want validation, except for male loneliness. Okay. I mean, I can think of a certain philosopher who has also self-identifies as being impacted by male loneliness, but you know, he finds his own validation. He doesn't do this fishing for compliments from, you know, Tia Fairs or anyone else's viewers thing. I'm honored. He thinks so highly of me. I would absolutely be up for something like that. You should be honored. No, yeah, it's, yeah. he really does. He's always like, oh my gosh, like Penbu's streams are like so like creative. He's just so like he's good at so many things. Like I want to like know like how he does all these things. Like that's what Axion says to me when we VC. I think a big part of it is just besides just sort of being curious about just things like music that he himself does not have proficiency in, and is just how generally I think he's just happy to find solidarity with another nerdy VTuber. I think that makes him really happy. He feels he has some solidarity. What's next? What's next? We've been streaming for a long time. What is next? If anything. Okay, I said I was gonna leave off on the Vlosophy thing, but I had another tidbit I wanted to share. So, a small but really cool thing that happened. At some point during last week, I joined a new server, a Discord server. It was actually the Holo Toronto Discord server for Toronto HoloLive fans. I got the idea to do so after meeting up with Penbu. I found out about it like around then because of the pop-up shop, and then I was like, "Hi, I'm Tia Faire, idol philosopher and Justice Incarnate, also a VTuber from Toronto." And then someone in sort of like the introduction channel, right? And then someone replied to me saying, "Oh, I think it's you guys, right? Like I think I recognize you from the virtual YouTuber subreddit." And I was like, I was stunned. I was speechless. I was like, I like didn't know how to process that. I was like, oh, we people are already like recognizing us. Like on the one hand, like it made sense, right? You know, if we're advertising ourselves, and then it makes it makes sense that VTuber fans would just generally start to recognize us because they're the ones, you know, looking there. But it's still like I don't know, it was just still like it was really, I don't know, sudden. Like maybe I expected it to take longer. It was like a lot to take in, but I was like, you know, oh my goodness, like, yeah, that's us, you know, thank you so much. And yeah, and then I told Karis and Axe about it. I was like, oh my god, like I got recognized. Like I joined a new server today and I got recognized. And I was like, we're famous. And they were also really surprised and happy. We nerds do like to seek each other out. Yeah, nerds gotta stick up for other nerds, cause you know, other people might not. Tia is famous. Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, we're famous. But you know, if you think about it, it's kind of crazy because I don't have access to the analytics for the guys' posts, but according to mine, like the threads that I made on Reddit, the top thread that I made apparently received roughly 20,000 views to date. So it was, if I'm gleaning the, I'm gleaning sort of the correct conclusions from it, 20,000 people saw that post, and that wasn't even our top performing post. That was because that would be the male loneliness one. So if I wanted, I could ask Kara's, hey, what are your analytics? But that means at least 20,000 people know we exist. Us, like the little tiny, nobody VTuber, philosopher VTuber outfit. Us. And like, obviously, I mean, that doesn't translate to 20,000 fans, not right away, but that still counts for something. That 20,000 people know about us, because what we're trying to do is not just have 20,000 fans right away. It starts with like brand equity. It starts with basically like visibility. Like people like have to know about you first, and then the more now I'm just explaining things that I learned in school, but basically like we're on the right track. It still remains to be seen if we'll be able to reach our ultimate goal, but this is like we're on the right track. This is we're off to a proper start. So it's it's kind of overwhelming. It's a lot to take in, but I think Karis and Axe and I think we're all pretty hopeful about the future. And yeah, thank you once again to those of you who came out and supported us last on last stream on Saturday. It was a lot of fun, and I didn't even get to it was very much sort of a repeat of the situation with my debut stream, where there was so much activity in chat. I couldn't possibly react to every single message. I realized pretty quickly that was what was going on within sort of first 5 or so minutes of the stream. Despite my best intentions, I wouldn't be able to get to it all. So suffering from success. Having said that, there were a couple comments that I did want to read out and address after the fact, just because they were so nice. There may be still a few that I missed since I haven't gotten a chance to watch the whole VOD still. I watched parts of it, so I think I'm gonna need to turn on the light. It's dark in my room. I think I need to turn on the light, or else I won't be able to see what I wrote. First comment that I wanted to acknowledge was one of Robo's. Robo said, "Tia is amazing. Her fire and passion will be a light that brings justice to all who need it." I think this comment came up when I was when Axe was talking about his impression of me. And I will say I did see this comment in the... Sorry, excuse me. If you heard that, you didn't. I did see this comment out in the corner of my eye when I was while I was streaming the other day, but I just I just really, it wasn't really the right time to acknowledge it, considering it was about me, and I was just with my gen mates, so it would have been a bit awkward, I feel, to just focus too much on myself. But I wanted to say that I and I guess maybe this is still a bit awkward, but I would like to think that what you say is true. I really sort of appreciate it that that's what you think of me, and that you think so highly of me, and that you believe in me. I think I want to there are times when I maybe doubt myself in certain ways, and so I think this was really nice to hear, and I like that you described myself as having fire, which is funny because fire is like my favorite classical element and the one that I feel suits me best. Multiple people, like many people throughout my life, have described me as fiery, or being associating with me with fire in some way, and I don't. I just find that funny that it just doesn't stop. It keeps happening. So there must be something to it. And yeah. And then another one I wanted to acknowledge, though the author, the commenter isn't here right now, is Hannah's comment, which this one I did not see during the collab. I missed it, but I saw it after, and I was just really it really warmed my heart. Hannah said, "I personally really respect how genuine of a person you are, especially in your attempts to be diplomatic and kind with others. I've always felt so respected and appreciated whenever I speak with you." That was how her comment went, and this was really nice to hear as well. I think I'm not always I think I sort of I think I sort of like also I'm like not always like confident in my social interactions with people. I think I wonder a lot sometimes about how I come across to people. So to hear that, it really does help to hear that someone feels, really respected and comfortable in, when I am sort of talking to them, because that's that is the goal, right? As opposed to feeling like judged and and uncomfortable. So yeah. And then on the topic of social skills, we are at 3.5 hours. Should I talk about this right now? I could end stream, so it's getting quite late and I'm quite tired. But what should I say? What should I do? Okay, I'm going to try to address this and not take too long to do so, because I think it is important. Robo says I'm glad. Yeah, it was definitely one of the nicest and most helpful comments I've gotten since I started streaming. So thank you for that, truly. So again, not to make anyone worry about me, since I realized that could be a thing. But I have been sort of having a rough go at it since Saturday's collab. You might expect then that I would be really happy, since overall it was like a a success. Nothing horribly went wrong. We did it, right? Actually, I kind of had like a mental breakdown Saturday night, and I feel better now, like as of like today, but it did take me a couple days. The reason for it is that even though the stream went well, I think it was partially, it was in part just a repeat of my debut stream, where just like suddenly like success means high expectations, which means fear that I won't be able to live up to those expectations. Like seeing, you would think that I know I reached 200 subs recently, and that's like really lovely, and I'm glad people are want to support me and stuff, or find something about me appealing. But you would think that would just make me happy and nothing more, but I think it did to some extent make me freak out the other day. And Leon was like, well, this is the proof that people like you and you have nothing to worry about. Like, aren't you happy? And I was like, no, I'm freaked out. Because I think when I watched the VOD, which was timestamped generously by Kira, once people, by the way, I couldn't help but feel really just kind of ashamed over some of the parts that I felt like I, said something stupid and like I didn't, come across well. Maybe, when I just looked, because I didn't, I wasn't as well, I wasn't as well prepared for the stream as I wanted to be. Because I spent most of the preparation time just doing the starting screen. I didn't, I think, I had a lot on my plate and I didn't have enough time for just, writing notes and preparing my answers. So, and then, combining that with just the nervousness that I had from the start, from knowing that I, just, coming off fresh from finishing the animation and just, I think it was apparent that I was sort of really kind of not at my best at the start and kind of shaken because I was. And then I think I did sort of find my footing again, maybe halfway through the stream. But I think a lot of the first bits were just really, I really disliked how I came across, and in certain ways. And I think it triggered my trauma, in combined with how do I say this? You know how people can suffer from success, like how sometimes too much of a good thing can actually be a bad thing. And so how both Karis and Axe were complimenting me for being passionate, like they both cited passion as one of my main and best qualities. I think, ironically, that actually triggered my trauma because when I was growing up, passion was not considered a good quality. Basically, people did not want to. I mean, I was talking about this earlier. I was emotionally neglected. Like people did not want me to express strong feelings of my own, or to be excited about my stuff, or sort of to have my own interests that were distinct from what other people were interested in or wanted me to be interested in. And yeah, so I think I think passion, to give one example, my interests were not supported growing up. People did not want me to pursue and spend time on things like art and music. It was mostly well, those things are a waste of time. You should be studying to become a doctor, and also you're not very good at them anyway. Yeah, and then passion. Basically, passion was associated, basically, strong emotions, and passion meaning strong emotions and personal interest were a bad thing growing up. And I think being told that I was passionate, being described as passionate by Axe and Karis, even though they meant it, completely positively, and then also watching myself be passionate on stream, and the moments when watching myself be expressive and emotional on stream, those two things combined triggered my trauma, and I had kind of a mental breakdown on Saturday. It continued on Sunday. I cried. I think I ended up having, I got this feeling I don't even know how to describe it. Maybe I looked bad in the collab, and it's my fault. Maybe it's my fault for not being talented enough. And I'm just, and I'm making Axe and Karis look bad by association. And I told them this, and Karis was the first to reach out, and he offered to talk to me in VC. So we jumped in my server in the private lounge and started talking. Then Axe came on just a few minutes later and joined us, and the two of us ended up chatting for maybe about 2 hours in total. And we talked it out, and you know, they they heard me out, and then, you know, sort of offered their own perspective, and I think it did help. I think I'm just trying. I think I did. I think I have sort of I learned what I needed to learn, and that's why I'm doing better today. One thing that stuck with me is when Karis said that when maybe sort of people expected me not to be passionate growing up, or they said that, you know, passion is a bad thing. What they wanted from me was like not less passion. They were just sort of using one word to mean another thing, but what they actually wanted from me was subservience, and that subservience would be weakness. But I just had a lot of doubts, because I was asking if, like, a question that has been on my mind, that I wanted to ask Axion in particular, was, is it possible to be nice and strong at the same time? Because I feel like those two things can conflict. I just didn't have the chance to ask him until now, but I've been wondering about that for months. Like, it's maybe, at least based on my background and my experiences, it seemed like they could conflict, because if you set boundaries on people, then you risk, you know, getting angry, and maybe, you know, getting angry and like hurting the other person. But if you're too nice, if you're just too polite and worried about hurting others' feelings, then you can't really stand up for yourself or for anyone else. So, like, what is the right balance? And basically, I mean, basically, I think the reason the idea of passion invokes so much shame in me is because it's like, growing up, passion was assigned a negative moral value. When I got angry, that was assigned a negative moral value, and which is obviously an unrealistic standard, right? Basically, I was expected to be I was, you know, loved conditionally as a child, not unconditionally. I was expected to be the bar for me growing up to be considered a good kid was basically absolute moral purity. Like, I was expected to be perfect, to be morally perfect, to not get angry, and I realize now that standard was simply too high. It's too high. It's not possible to attain, and I think what that means is, I mean, the implication is that I will never be a good kid. And I think that's where the trauma comes in. Why I've had a lot of difficulty letting go, I think, is because my unhealed child self still wanted the chance to be loved and accepted unconditionally, to be a good kid. And you know, she never had that growing up. And yeah, if you know, for a glimpse as to how bad it is, Leon was the first person I ever met who I could be my around whom I could be myself and who loved me for who I was. I met him when I was 17. And to be honest, there's been a part of me that wishes that I could be more like someone like Axion, like someone who is just kind of like above it all, like sort of like above it all, nonplussed, unflappable, just always polite, always like level-headed in every situation, and maybe someone who's like maybe like a female version of me would maybe be closer to like a daughter that my family could actually be proud of, a good daughter. And simply put, I think that thanks to the advice given by my friends, Karis and Axe, as well as the broader support and positive reception from you guys, like my viewers, subscribing to my channel, various comments and feedback that you've left over the last few months. It took some time for me for it to sink in, I think, to sort of like weigh it against the beliefs and experiences that I've carried from my past, and I think there's a couple things that I understand now, and one is that I'm definitely, despite being Justice Incarnate, I am the mortal. I am mortal. Like, there's a reason that I tell you that I'm the mortal reincarnation of Justice, of the Divine Justice, and not just the Divine Justice. It's because I am ultimately human, even if maybe is a human who is maybe a little special in some ways, and I can make mistakes like everyone, and I'm not infallible, and I'm not above criticism, and nobody should just be like my yes man or anything like that. And with that being said, I am not morally or socially perfect, and I will never be. And I have to, I need to come to terms with that. I'm never going to be a good kid in the eyes of my family. But I think that's okay, because I think what I've learned through, like the advice given by Karis and Axe, and Karis in particular, because Karis, I think, excels. He probably has the best people skills out of the three of us. I think, like, even if people can, even if I fumble things like social situations, I think most people, reasonable, anyone who is reasonable should be able to understand that I am like sort of like a work in progress, like anyone, but then especially in my case as a trauma survivor, that I'm still learning and figuring things out, and I think they would understand, and not simply like sort of like what's the word, like villainize me, or what's the which is sort of my fear, right? I think I sometimes, now and then, I make the mistake of thinking that because I've come so far already, that I'm done now and I don't have to worry about making mistakes anymore. But then that just means the next time I make a mistake, I'm like extra disappointed. I'm embarrassed. And I think it's an easy trap for me to fall into because I truly have come so far already as a trauma survivor. Again, because of emotional neglect. Like, I used to really have no social skills. Like, when I was a kid, I like didn't know. I had no friends. I didn't know the first thing about how to talk to people or how to make friends. And I was so lonely. The idea of having friends and one day being happy and have a normal life was pretty much inconceivable. It seemed impossible. And by the time I met Leon, I guess things had already improved somewhat, considering, I mean, you know, we started dating, so clearly I was able to, you know, talk to him and stuff and get to know him. So, like, I had made some progress on my own, but overall I'd say, like, my social skills were pretty, like, you know, lacking. They left something to be desired, and Leon was sort of the first person I met who was sort of you know, the biggest influence on or who was, like, you know, a major influence on my life in terms of like I mean, what's a better way of saying this, like from that time, like, Leon began serving as a major role model for me in the department of, like, people skills and social skills. So over the last, you know, 10 or so years, we've known each other for a little more than 10 years now. I think, like, one of the biggest reasons that I've come so far as a person is through his example, because he I think Leon is a very diplomatic person. I think, like, overall, like, I think people skills overall is one of his strongest, like, and it's just one of his strengths, right? I had a lot to learn from him, and he was sort of the role model I needed at the time, all in all. I really respected him. I've respected him and looked up to him for that, and I still do. And because I've come so far, I mean, you know, and I think everyone would agree that I have, right? I mean, I've gone from, at some point in my life, having no friends and not knowing how to talk to people, to being a VTuber who's, you know, talking to people is sort of my thing. Like, I have 200 subscribers, so I know how to do it now. Like, I know how to talk to people, and and, you know, that's, you know, and I've made friends, and that's, you know, an accomplishment. That's feat. That's proof that I've come a long way. So I think I made the mistake of thinking that, well, it's over now. I've done it, and there's nothing else to worry about. And which, again, is an easy mistake. It's sort of an easy thing to think. When you've come so far already, sometimes it's hard to imagine just how much more you need to go, right? But the fact is, I think I still have room to improve when it comes to social skills and, you know, things like handling conflict, and, like, that's okay. I think, given my sort of severe trauma background, like, anyone who, you know, any decent and reasonable person should be understanding rather than judgmental. I think that my fear, I want to say that, does anyone remember how on Saturday Karis, you know, told me, you know, said something like, there's something, or maybe it's not something, he did make a certain comment on Saturday about me that was very interesting, but something he said about me behind the scenes is that, he thinks that there's something about me or my streams that is missing, that would make my streams sort of like a complete experience. Like he compares it to like a dish that's just missing one sort of special like secret ingredient, but we just don't know what that thing is. And it's kind of a thing where it's the kind of thing where if we know it when we see it, but until we see it, it's hard to say as to what that secret ingredient could be. And I'm inclined to agree. Like I think most of his observations I think are quite astute. So I think that at least when it comes to especially when it comes to my earliest streams, I think lack of passion maybe has been the issue, or at least an issue. I think that I've been holding back too much. It's like I'm afraid if I light, I'm afraid to light any matches because I don't want to start a forest fire, because I feel like I've hurt people in the past when I was passionate, when I didn't sort of put bars on myself, restrictions on myself, or at least I was told that I hurt other people, and I didn't want that to happen again at any cost. And I sealed my passion away, but that also made me a worse streamer, because a lot of people say that passion is one of the most sort of like attractive and appealing qualities for a streamer, or even just sort of in general in life. It makes you maybe a more like attractive dating prospect. I think that's fair to say. And I think maybe I came across as maybe a little bland, possibly more than I had to be. But on the inside, what I was going through was, I think I was fearful. I was scared of and maybe it's ironic, but because I'm often told already that people find me genuine and authentic and candid and open, and it's not that I'm not those things, but I think that I could be more confident still. And I think yeah, it's important to, I think for me, it's important not to let the fear of being morally imperfect get in the way of showing passion, because it'll make me a better streamer. And that's that's basically what I've learned. And it's thanks to it's a large I owe a lot of thanks to what Karis and Axe told me, because what is it, I had an experience the other day recently that made me realize, like, hey, maybe I what am I trying to say? Maybe it's a good thing that I'm emotional and passionate, especially as a philosopher, because emotion and philosophy are not two things that often go together, or people often sort of like associate with each other. I think if anything, the image that we have, the stereotype we have of philosophers, like leans closer to the more like stoic and like logical thing. And like, that's not to say that I'm not logical. I mean, I still think I'm logical, because like logic and emotion are not mutually exclusive, right? I think it's not that so when I was saying that I'm emotional, it's not that I'm not logical, it's just that I'm, also just expressive and I have strong convictions, like that kind of thing. This recent experiences, like doing the Vlosophy collab, and in general, Karis and Axion and I, like all three of our channels have been like growing and attracting like more and more attention lately, especially from a lot of people who are different, who have philosophy backgrounds, and a lot of that. I mean, I unlike Karis and Axe, I don't have formal philosophy experience. Like I didn't study philosophy, they did. So I don't really have as much of a, background when it comes to these things. But I guess I did find myself doubting, at least subconsciously, if my way of philosophy being maybe not as academically rigorous would be as legitimate or as helpful and things like that. And what I've realized is that doesn't really matter. Like for example, it came up in sort of Saturday's collab that like, I don't know if I should bring this up actually. Or you know what? Maybe it's better if I say that I think that there are people out there with formal, maybe who have like a sort of different philosophical background from me, who have made comments that insinuated that I am maybe the way I do, they don't like the way that I do a philosophy, or maybe that I shouldn't even call myself a philosopher. And what I've come to realize is that I think their comments are, I think their views are misguided. I think that their views come from probably from a sort of elitism that is probably like well-intentioned, and they're probably thinking of it like, yeah, but philosophy is like this thing is like prestige, and we shouldn't do anything that dilutes that prestige, for the sake of philosophy. But what I've come to realize through my interactions with you guys, with like different kinds of people, and through reflecting on the various comments and feedback that you've left me, is that I think that the world arguably, like the world might need an emotional philosopher like me, in part because I think like first of all, I think I can't think of a lot of other emotional philosophers like me, so it hasn't been tried yet. So what if it's actually what we need right now? What this sort of what if this is what we need in these trying times? It hasn't been tried before, so it's worth a try, right? And I've seen people say things like, Berserker, if you're still here, I don't think you've been too active in the stream, so which is fine. I'm not mad. But I remember when you said that not a lot of VTubers sort of speak about serious issues, but that you think that I find a way to make it bright and fun. And I don't think that I sort of was able to fully parse that comment of yours at the time, but it did stick with me. I did continue thinking about it after the stream ended, and I've recalled it until now. And just various comments like that. It's become clear to me is that there are people out there who are maybe like emotional like me, but maybe like they're put off by the heady intellectual stuff, like that stuff that certain people think of as like proper, like real philosophy, that actually like pushes away. It's like off-putting because it's like inaccessible. And basically like maybe me being who I am and doing things the way I do them will just bring philosophy to more people than before. I mean, and that's something that I sort of conceptualized and was part of my goal from the start, but I feel like it's a goal that I have more insight on and that I'm more confident in. Like I have more insight as to sort of exactly why I think this is doable, and how it works and stuff. And and then on top of everything, when speaking in terms of sort of feedback and comments, there is the fact that like Axion and Karis are both like intelligent, like highly educated men. All right, you know. They too have philosophy degrees. Like, and Axion has a PhD. He's very accomplished, and yet they believe in me 100%. Like I don't. I now believe they've shown me that their confidence in me is pretty much absolute from the very start. Especially Axion, because I met him sooner and I, you know, look up to him. They have always treated me like I'm an equal. It didn't matter, like they didn't give a damn that I'm self-taught, that I don't have like a formal education. I don't, and I think that means something. And I think that, and I think that you know, when it comes down to it, I value my, my genmates' opinions more than those of, you know, random, like randos out there who haven't put in the work to become, you know, a streamer, because that, yeah, that takes something. Anyway, I've realized that I've been rambling on for a while, so it's about time I catch up with chat. It takes being strong to be nice. Being mean's what's easy. That's pretty much exactly the same thing as what Kara Sadak said. And it's already... I mean, it's already what I believed in principle. I just feel like I had doubts over whether I, as a person, could put it into practice. And I think that now the reason for that is basically because of emotional neglect, right? So when you're neglected emotionally, it's not that you can't, it's not that you just don't have emotions anymore ever again. It's just that, well, for me it meant that I never learned how to regulate my emotions. So I think that I feel like I have a tendency of coming across as childish, or not childish, childlike is a better word, childlike, at, you know, sometimes. And I feel like the reason for that is, I mean, I used to notice it, but not know sort of what the specific reason was. Now I think it's because, at least one of the reasons is that I have poor emotional regulation, like a little kid. So, you know, when I feel, sometimes I just try not to feel anything at all, because, you know, I don't want to be like a bad person. But when I do feel, my emotions are big, like a toddler's. Like when I'm happy, I'm ecstatic. When I'm sad, I'm devastated. When I'm angry, I'm furious, and so on and so forth. And that meant that when I actually got angry, I couldn't control my anger. Like, I would light a match and start a forest fire, right? I couldn't control my anger, and then I would, you know, come across as like rude or, you know, unprofessional or hurt someone else. And that's what leads to thinking, or at least feeling, that being nice and strong, you can't be nice and strong at the same time. When really you can. I just never learned how to in my life, because I did not have role models, you know, emulating that behavior for me growing up. And you know, of course, as we've discussed, the good news is that it's possible to learn these things. It's tough, but it's possible. So yeah, because Axe and Karis are both like very professional and like diplomatic people. Like, I think there's a lot about both of them that are worth looking up to and learning from. I think Karis especially has started giving me sort of pointers on like how to how like he deals with, like, you know, complicated social situations. And I think like I'm starting to by learning from other people, I think, and then, you know, sort of copying their example, I think I'm starting to get an idea of how I can do the same. So I feel a lot better now. I think, and I also just noticed I missed some even previous comments. I like Belladonna said, I like the bits where you were relaxed and laughing at stuff. Oh, thank you. That's very nice. And then oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you for your sympathy. Robo said, I can relate to that. Even when it went from, you can't do that, then I did it and it changed to, is it even worth it? They'll bitch about anything. Can't let it stop you. Yeah, people, like adults, like parents who don't support their children's interests are just like, it's just so awful. If only I could take my own advice. That's hard too. I know how that feels. Violence, selfishness, those are easy things to do, and B, I'd say it's hardly a moral standard to begin with. I say, thank you, Leon Kennedy, Resident Evil. Leon the Goat, great husband and pretty decent mod. Actually, and Ada's so jealous at the moment. Do you mind if I give my opinion in regards to that? Okay, I see that you have some comments that follow. I don't know if those constitute your opinion. If they don't, and you have another opinion still up your sleeve, then by all means, yeah, feel free to let me know what you think. I assume this is in relation to the, Karis thinks Tia has sort of a missing ingredient in her streams, kind of thing. That's certainly a big mystery for all of us. So if you have any insight, I am definitely eager to hear it. Niken says, "You do sound genuine, and I'm glad I tuned into this stream today." Aw, well, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for watching this whole time, because I know I've been streaming for a while. This took longer than I thought, which is pretty normal for my streams. I thought I was going to be done in 2 or 3 hours. And yeah, in general, just to anyone who is here right now, it's just like I said on Saturday, since there were so many new people there. I hope this won't be the last time when we see each other. I am Tia Faire, and I hope to do justice for a long time. Magic says, if one has the wish to reach for the truth, then there is no reason in my eyes to deny them the title of philosopher. Thank you. I think that's a nice thought. I think I would like to think the same. Curiosity begets far more interesting conversation than someone who can speak of nothing more than the pages they have read. I think I would like to think so too. I think I have this fear, I have this like self-consciousness that like people who have like done more readings and they have like they've read more authors have sort of more prestige and like legitimacy than I do. But like yeah, I think that's probably because of trauma, and you're probably right. By my own selfish little view as well, part of the reason I'm here is because you don't have formal education. What do you mean by that? Because I feel like there are a few ways to interpret that comment. Because I feel like that could mean that from when I interacted with you on Reddit and I said that I'm self-taught and I don't have a degree, that made you more curious to check us out, or you're saying that you are here on my stream as opposed to Axion's or Karis's because of how I'm self-taught, and because maybe it's like it's easier to enrich their mind, whereas like I don't know, like Axion's like a PhD, so it's like he has a PhD, so it's harder to teach him anything new. I feel like those are two possible ways to interpret your comment, so feel free to clarify if you like. Oh, Lucky, you're still here, or maybe you dipped and you came back, which is fine. That formal education bit is so true. I see it similarly with like history stuff. Justice must be done. Yes, and if no one else would do it, I will, even if I'm tired and I would rather, I don't know, sleep or just, draw a picture in the corner. It still must be done. Niken says, I'm playing a game and I like to have something to listen to. Oh, nice! I wonder what game you're playing. I know lots of people like to do that. I mean, I don't like to multitask too much personally, but I feel like if I'm playing a game, then I'll just play a game. I won't listen to a stream at the same time. I'll listen to streams maybe while I'm like doing work, like drawing, but yeah. I'm glad. I think I am part of me is flattered whenever I find out people like to watch me while doing other things, because that tells me like, oh, like maybe like, I don't know, my voice is really comforting, or they just, really enjoy my presence and my vibes. Well, I did eat dinner. Oh, I hope you enjoyed your dinner, whatever it was. Enfield, I haven't heard of that. I'm gonna look that up right now. Anyway, I'm going to, if it's been a while. Oh, Enfield. Oh, it's like Arknights spin-off. Oh, it's an Arknights spin-off. Oh, I haven't heard of it until now. Did it come out? Oh, it came out really recently. That's why. And I'm not sort of up to date with all the news. It came out like this past week. Interesting. I've never played Arknights, but I know of it. Very interesting. Yeah, the only gacha game I play is Fire Emblem Heroes. Anyway, I'm about to, I'm gonna end stream soon. So if you have any comments you want to do, anything else you want to tell me, speak now. Or I was about to say speak now or forever hold your peace, or that's not true. If I end stream before you get to say it, you can always leave a comment on the VOD, or just if you're on Discord, you can just say it on Discord, and that's perfectly fine. But I think I'm gonna end stream right now because I'm tired. Justice is important, but justice also needs rest now and then. So yeah, I'm going to yeah, I don't know. Oh, I played Faye a lot before. Oh, you played Fire Emblem too. Nice. Yeah, great job today. Thank you for everything. Oh, well, thank you so much, Romo. Okay, I think everyone can tell that I'm tired. I'm streaming twice today. I'm gonna be streaming Xenoblade on Friday, and then yeah, you know, so you guys heard a lot about Vlosophy today. You know, we'll see where the future takes us. I think there's a lot that's still uncertain, both sort of for us as a group and for me as a solo streamer, but you know, I'm pretty excited and hopeful right now. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. You know, thank you so much for supporting us and supporting me on this journey, and yeah, I hope to have you with me for the times ahead. Have a good rest. Thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you so much. All right. Thank you for watching. This was Tia Faire channel. Till next time. Oh wait, no, there was one more. There was one more thing I wanted to show. Why didn't I could have shown it this whole time. I was so okay. Yeah. I drew this. I drew this on Monday. Wait, when did I draw this? Sunday night? I drew this Sunday night as an outlet for my feelings, because you know, I was feeling sad. I was feeling like really sad, and then but my my senpai, my ex-Axion and Karis, they talked to me and cheered me up, and they put up with me crying, and so I drew this as an outlet for my feelings while I was sort of like processing everything that happened, and this picture pretty much sums up you know, like I draw, like art and music are often outlets for me when I'm feeling strongly and can't express that sort of in words. So this picture, I think, does a good job of sort of summing up the dynamic at the time and sort of how I felt about it. So yeah, the title of this, I posted this on Discord, though this version of the piece is slightly different. From that version, I made some changes to Karis' outfit because it was a bit inaccurate before. It looked a bit, he looked a bit mono gray, kind of like he was wearing pajamas. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say. I am tired, and I'm gonna maybe I'll post this on Twitter. I've done tomorrow. But yeah, again, for the second time, thank you for watching. This was Tia Faire channel, and night night.